Hello, Angry Black Men's Book Club. I might be late, but I made it. I made it to the main highway. Okay, everybody, tell someone while you have a chance that we're going live. Right? Yes, we are. We're going live. We're going hard. And I want people to come in so I can take my drugs. Um, mhm, mhm, mm, mm, mm. Come on, three people. Now tell somebody, retweet this. We're going hard tonight. Come on. Come on. We're going hard tonight. We're going hard tonight. I see four people. You know, we got more people following than this. Come on. Tell everyone. There are eight people. Hold on. Let me hold. Oh, look at this. Hi, right to right. Okay. How do I do this? I want to figure out what I can do. Uh, Let me see. Oh, please keep praying for my mother. That's important. Uh, what do I do with this? No, that's not what I want. How do I do that? Start comments. Okay, I'll figure this out. Hello, everyone. Hello. Come on, y'all. Come on in. Come on, treat me like I'm white. I should be treated like I'm white, shouldn't I? Can I be treated like I'm white? Hey, I I want to be treated like I'm white. I want to be a black Democratic congressperson, completely unaccountable to my own community, always making excuses. We're going to have some wonderful fun tonight. In fact, please come in wherever you are. Come in from the cold. Let me see. Where's my thermos at? Okay, my thermos is down there. I even brought, please retweet this, share this, let everybody know we're doing this. Uh, uh, okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna put up one or two others. I'm a couple minutes behind, but that's okay. Here we go. We're doing, this is gonna be a sex, slavery. Come on, sex, slavery, and sex, slavery, violence, and feminism, white feminist roots with who? With Dr. Randy Short. Yes, it's nobody but me. Just me, baby. It's me, right? So we're gonna have fun. Hello, brother Robin. Thank you for treating me like I'm white. Uh, Come over to the Salt channel, Robin. I want to make you a moderator over here. Uh, Anybody that I know, and absolutely thank everybody for being so wonderful. Oh, look, there are four people over here. Okay. We're about to go live on the Salt channel. Come on over, Robin. Become a moderator. I think they allow you to do it on my other channels, so I have to do it from there. So come over to Salt if you can. Oh, look, the ice. Black people love the Iceman inheritance. I don't really mess in that. I'm honest with people. I mean, I don't lie to folks. I I I have to be honest. So I don't lie to people. I don't get up and talk a bunch of negative stuff about everybody white. I'm sorry. I got a bunch of them in the family. It's whether they like me or not. They're black people in the family that hate me. It's just people are jerks in general. So I'm not looking to cast dispersion on whole groups of people. I want to tell the truth, right? Um, so that's what I'm trying to do. Sex, slavery, and racist roots, racist roots of white feminism. If you're a feminist, this is not the platform for you. You will be miserable here. Yes, yes, yes. We're about to have some fun. Yes, I have the right to warm up. And with or without your permission, I'm going to indulge in my ritual of taking drugs, my performance enhancing drugs. Uh, mm, uh, and I want to remind everybody, I just ask you guys to pray for my mother. Hope that she gets better. Oh my, cancer's no joke, people. It is no joke. Uh, and so Uh, let me see, I'm getting these up. And we're going to even have some music. I feel like doing some songs. There you go. There you go. Uh, uh, hmm. Okay. And there you go. So 17 people. Let's see if we can get to, oh yeah, and there 12 over here. Hey, Devin. How are you, brother Chris? Uh, Brother Robin, can you go to the Salt channel? So I can make you a moderator, please. Because I think if I make you a moderator, I don't know how to do it in here. And let me see, just so we have everything moving. And we're going to be doing a couple books. I may not do all of them, but I'm going to do pieces. I'm very, very excited. Give me just another second. And I want to do a special shout out to some of the realest people that I know. I have a lot of good friends in Ohio. Uh, I mean, the sister Savannah's in Ohio. Ohio's been very good to me. Um, Ohio. Hey, Sister Devon. White man to all you sisters. White woman to you, my brothers. And if you're a white woman, you can just feel good. All right. And I have my drugs. And I love drugs. Here you go. There you go. I see you. Now let me get on you. Add as moderator. Uh, mhm. Okay. Okay. Your moderator. Oh my God. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Went to the hospital today with my mother. Man, health is a trip, people. Take care of that health. Take care of your health. Okay, I'm almost there. And let me see. May the good Lord bless this discussion. Amen, amen, amen. Um, yes. Hold it. Oh, and drugs for me are vitamins and supplements. But yes, I did do marijuana oil on one show. Oh my God, I'll never do that. I stopped taking that. It, I can't believe people like getting high. And it made me so angry. I hate marijuana more than ever before. I mean, I was talking and I couldn't remember what the hell I was talking about. I'm thinking a lot of people get pregnant or have sex when they're high. I never I haven't touched my gummies or anything. I was so angry about not being able to think straight. I'm afraid of drugs. I always hated them. I would see people stab and over wine and stuff. Uh, so I never got into how people like getting high. It just it's all terrifying to me. And then to like take something and all of a sudden you can't remember what the hell you're talking about, and you know you have some important shit to say, and people pay and go to jail and have to hide it and have weed up the crack of their ass. Nah, I'd rather listen to some gospel music and get emotional. So I'm gonna get zooted up for my reading enhancing drugs. Should y'all do sports betting? You follow Prince, he was on Percocet. Natalie Cole was on something. Shaka Khan is definitely on something. One of my friends said she saw Aretha Franklin do coke back in the day. A lot of them are druggies, and you love them. So I got this. Oh, hey, Hannibal, white woman to you, sir. Uh, and I'm a little bit behind. Again, I want to shout out to the twin brother lawyers in Cleveland, Ohio. I may not want to say their names. I don't want them to get in trouble and not get some job or something. But good guys. I was off the internet for a couple of weeks because the Macintosh that I normally did the Angry Black Men's Book Club from, the operating system was too old to support the changes in Google. And these guys got me a computer last year. And I'm so used to the old ass one. But I hooked this one up, and that's why we're back. So, believe it or not, somebody gave me a computer. And I'm not looking at porn. Um, it's not a vanity thing. I'm literally sharing. So when people give me something, I share it with other people. I definitely want people to donate. I have a friend over in Africa that needs to have heart surgery. So I definitely hope I get some donations. I need a few more bucks uh, so I can help him out. And I know someone with tuberculosis that I want to do a collection for. And of course, I've got a GoFundMe. Brother Robin, can you pull up my GoFundMe and get my thing and share it? When I tell you the other day I had to pay straight up, it was like $500 to have a naturopathic scan and a consultation because the situation with my mother is quite grave, very grave, and it's serious. And not whining or anything, but imagine when you start thinking about, the worst thing that could ever happen to you is your mother died. I had a brother die. I've had friends die. People burned up in house fires, murders, everything. The only real, I've nearly died multiple times. Nothing has made me feel more concerned about life than your mama being sick. And so I appreciate everyone that's helped me because it's stressful. So the good news is my mother, who wasn't eating, and when you're not eating, that's deadly. At least she's eating some. And I want to thank all the people. I think in our GoFundMe, I think we got, of course, they take their fees out, but what they sent me in GoFundMe has allowed me to pay to see naturopathic doctors who do not take insurance. So even if you have it, Obamacare, whatever, you just have to pay out of pocket. And I'm hoping that this alternative medicine and other things are option, because chemo, I mean, my mother's almost as dark as I am. My mother's like, my mother used to be a red bone. Now, she's just a regular old darky like the rest of us. I think she misses being light. I guess it got privileges and such. I don't know. I was lighter. I didn't like it. I thought being light skinned a drag. If I'm gonna be black, I'm gonna be in it. Like at least dark enough for people to know that you're not white. At least I don't come off as a biracial. Certain people wonder, what the fuck are you really? Okay, so okay, if you talk like you're white, but you do look like you're black. Imagine if you sort of talk like you're white, and your mother, and especially if your hair is jacked up and you're a woman, you know that person's mom was white, because white women don't know what to do with black girls' hair. They like them at first until they have to do their hair. All right. Let me take a little more drugs. I love drugs. Those are fast absorbed. Oh my God, 29 people. Hello, everybody. We're talking about sex. We're talking about sex, slavery, racism, and the roots of white feminism for Women's History Month. Oh, yes. And I'm coming down on these holes this month. I even have some stuff. I'm going to bring in some stuff I didn't even plan. I want to thank all of you for all that you've done, because I have been true. When I tell you that I get books and you can see them, they stacked up, things that I dreamed of having. I'm going to read from one book in just a second. A book that was like a $400 book back in the 80s. I mean, this thing was an ass-kicking price book. Hold on, damn. Come on, man. No, I'll do it like that. Okay. It was an ass kick. I mean, I couldn't even afford the book, and you couldn't check it out. It was a reference book. It was so expensive. And I'm so thankful for the wonderful people in the Angry Black Men's Book Club for donating via Cash App and Zelle and Patreon. And let me see. Y'all were just very good to me. And I'm going to read a little bit from that. It's a book. If you get a copy, get it. It's something that you may want, Brother Rollin. Let me see. Oh, I have a couple more minutes. Let me take some drugs now. Let me see. 1 pill, 2 pill. Put 2 in for Michael Jackson, 2 for Prince, 2 for Jimi Hendrix, and 2 for Billie Holiday. All Black folk who died from drugs that were very gifted. We can't take that away from them. And I got this expensive ass shit in the hospital. It's probably nasty, but I'm gonna drink it and just help this shit go down. And so, God bless my vitamin drug habit. Okay. Oh. Okay, one more thing. Oh, here's my cup. I feel my cup going to overflow. Hold on. I'm just being real up in here. The books, virtually all the books that I talk about are available on Amazon. If you need any advice on any title I go over and you're trying to find a book because it's while I'm broke, uh, pardon me for not interacting like I'd like to. You can always call me. I talk to people. God bless Dick Gregory. You could call Dick Gregory. Not like these fake elite niggas who you can't speak to. I am not interested in being a celebrity. I am interested in being of service to my people. Okay? Which means you can call me or you can email me and I will communicate. So we got 27 people. I had a bunch more. Okay, that's okay. Let me finish taking my drugs. Shoot. Y'all do sports betting. They take drugs. What should I do? You know what? Let me add some orange juice to my this hibiscus. Okay, and yes, I'm orange juice. I don't like booze. And you know what? I bought booze. I thought it would help me with my cold. This food that went around, man, Jack Daniels didn't do a damn thing for me. It's so overrated. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, hold on. Let me almost done. Come on. I'm gonna do that one more time. Y'all ready? Please share this. We got another second or so. Share this. Share this. Let everybody know we're about to go live. Now that I'm drugged up. Am I drugged up? Damn right I'm drugged up. In Jesus' name. Where's my tambourine at? Okay. Definitely drugged up. And I thought I have some songs too. And I have Sister Devin in Chicago always inspiring and annoying me about songs. And Brother Mark, he's a great nephew of a woman I love so much named Denise LaSalle, a real ass black woman, the sorry ass husband. He's dead and I'm still mad. I don't like when men mess over women. I end up hating them. I shouldn't hate nobody. I'm single. I'm good to the women friends I have. I can't see how any man get a woman and run them down like that. Um, all the feminist criticism aside, men that mess over women, I hate. God give you a good woman and you treat her like a damn barnyard animal, you should have your dick cut off. Sick of that. Uh, and why should she want to screw you if you smell like a mule? Um, damn. And can you imagine the sisters that were getting raped back in the day by funky ass white guys? They were drunk and funky, and you had to like give them head too, and get hit in the booty, and their friends. Shh. I'm reading this stuff because this needs to stop. And for all the people that are mad about what I'm reading about white men raping black women and so forth, and y'all can't open your mouth about Jay-Z, Diddy, and this damn dick hop homo thug culture, y'all are hypocrites. And I just have to say this before I get on with this, because I was having a conversation with a wonderful boomer friend of mine But I want to say this: white on black, murder is wrong. Black on white, murder is wrong. Murder is wrong. Rape is wrong. Abuse is wrong. Black on black. A black person killing a black person makes me just as sick and angry as a white person. A lot of us aren't there. Start making excuses. And yet, when a white cop shoots a black person and white people make excuses, we ask ourselves why. But when a black person shoots and kills black people, we start justifying it. We're hypocritical. Have one goddamn standard about everything. Murder is always wrong. Unless you're defending yourself, you have no right to kill anybody. You don't have rights to treat people less than what you want to be treated. And that's a big problem, because if we were on one page on code about murder, violence, and abuse, it'd be a lot harder for certain things to happen to us from anybody inside and from without. Because someone's trying to tell me about poverty and deprivation, why this black boy shot like 8, 9, 10 people in Alabama. I can't hear that. Okay. And every black mass killer, rapist, pedophile, whatever, if all of y'all hung from the tree, whether blacks, whites, somebody hung your ass, shot your ass, jailed your ass. Goody, goody. You are not my brother, my sister, if you're out here killing, raping, hurting, maligning. In fact, you're part of white supremacy and blackface. That's whether you're rich or poor, whether you're in the Congressional Black Caucus or you're just some gangbanger pushing fentanyl tablets, killing us. Whether you're an abortionist, whether you're a foreigner who's working in a hospital killing black seniors, giving us inferior medical care. I don't care who the hell you are. If you mistreat people, your wicked ass deserves to die. Okay? And I had a friend, and what made us enemies is he told me he used to go around and mug and attack white women. And he thought, oh, he's a foreigner, tether. Because I'm a black American, I think it's okay for racial revenge, for random white women to get beat and mugged. If you think I'm like that, get the hell off my platform. Because I'm not down for stuff like that. And I've had friends that they were in other ethnic groups. I respected every other kind of woman I've been. Respect black ones, white ones, all of them. If you don't really like them, stay the hell away from them. If you don't want to honor or marry or engage them, have no business talking to them. Okay? And it is not manly to tell everybody who you've laid up with. That whole thing of boast about who you screwed, brothers, is copying the behavior of white men that used to rape black women during slavery. A whole lot of this so-called black American male macho culture is patterned after the rape culture of white men that owned slaves or had access to abuse our women. And we're copying it. And then it's keeping it real. It's keeping it real wicked. I had to get that off my chest. All right, let me get my book thing. I may have to really do a song because I know I pissed some people off. They only get happy when you're attacking white folk. Oh my God, my numbers of viewers went up when I said something bad about white people. I have plenty of bad shit to say about white folks. I have bad shit to say about black people. A lot of people in general, Asians, and a lot of people make me sick. But I don't hate them. I keep telling y'all, I was raised by people. Some of the people that raised me were white. Some of them were Caribbean. Some of them were Arab. Some of them were Asian. I grew up with everybody. I don't hate anybody. I just hate bullshit. I hate intolerance. I hate injustice. I hate it with all this. I hate pedophilia. I damn sure hate that. And by the way, I want to just repeat what I said last night. Pray for Jaguar, right? People trying to kill her. I got a request for prayer last night for Jaguar. They're trying to kill her. She's had to flee for her life. They're trying to kill her in California. for speaking out against the rape of black, white, brown children, women, men. So this stuff I'm talking about, sex and slavery and racism. And by the way, you don't see any feminist supporting Jaguar. Let me put my glasses on. I got my book. I got my first book. I'm not going to read all of it. Look, selfish. Yeah, I'm trying to help people, animal. That's how you got that damn Costco chicken. People gave me a donation. I bought it for you. So, and and you can't be in heat. You've been spayed. Just don't even put on. It's not like Robin's cat that's always horny, bothering him. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Hey, selfish. Oh, you have a boyfriend outside. He's ugly. I don't approve of him. Yes, selfish. I want to share with you guys this book that came out, I think, in the 80s. And I paid 90 some odd dollars for this book. This book came out 45 years ago. 45 years ago, it was like a $500-$600 book. Yeah, what's up, animal? Yeah, well, you ate. Eat the food that's upstairs. And let me hold this up again. If you can get your hands on this book, for all of you, you'll start to see. This book is called Advice Among Masters by Gale Press. Advice Among Masters, The Ideal and Slave Management and the Old South, edited by James O. Breeden. This is a book that you couldn't even check out of the library. This, back in the day, was $300, $400, $500. I got it for $90. In the equivalent, this is like $1,000 book. One of the reasons I have this book club is if you don't go to the big schools, if you don't have a really good public library, you don't have librarians that don't hate Black people's guts, you may not get to see even literature. I had to share this. I've been trying to get this book since I was an undergraduate at Howard. It took me from 1982 until last year to find a copy. I think I got this on eBay. I paid about $90 for it. So when you give me a donation at Dr. Randy Short, $ Dr. Randy Short, I'm going to read from this, but understand it cost me literally $90 to be able to share it with you. So I want to take a couple things from here, since we're talking about sex, slavery, racism, and the roots of white feminism. I want to get a little bit about this. I'm going to pick something in here and read uh, pick something on here, and so you can understand how bad this is. Let me see. I'll find a nice section. I'll read these things. See how you guys like this? Take this down. Y'all like this? Let me read some of this so you can understand. Y'all can completely understand where I'm going with this. Don't blame me for anything in this book. I didn't make anybody do anything. I didn't hurt nobody. I didn't write this. Okay. Let me see. Should I do religious instruction or do marriage? Let me do marriage. I'm just going to read a little bit on marriage. I think marriage is on page 239. Or should I do something on children? No, I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna do 78. Talk about them whooping some ass. This is how I get black people. You have to bring them something graphic because we're always in denial, running from reality. So I'm in chapter 6 of Reading's Advice Among Masters. And let me put this up here so everybody can have it. So nobody said, well, what book is this that you do? Oh, God save us. Okay. All right. So I'm going to put this up. Okay. And I'm in chapter 6. Discipline. Let the church say amen. Punishment must never be cruel or abusive, for it is absolutely mean and unmanly to whip a Negro from mere passion and malice. And any man who can do so is utterly unfit to have control of Negroes. And if ever any of my Negroes are cruelly or inhumanely treated, bruised, maimed, or otherwise injured, the overseer is to be forthwith and promptly dismissed. A Louisiana planter, 1856. The lash symbolizes slavery. That excessive whippings took place cannot be denied. But such harsh treatment was against the advice of the spokesman for the ideal in slave management. Indeed, their stand on discipline presented in this chapter called for an avoidance of force if possible. While these writers accepted slave offenses as a common feature of slaveholding, they insisted that discipline was to be for correction and not for punishment. Whether administered by the master, overseer, or driver, it was to be immediate, consistent with the offense, and uniform in all cases. It was to be tempered by humanity and never carried out in a fit of pique. The likelihood of the lash in maintaining discipline was almost universally conceded, but it was to be used as a last resort. Extra work, confinement, and loss of privileges were popular substitutes for whipping. All agreed that when resorted to, the lash was to be administered in moderate doses. Let me just say to you, in oppressing Black Americans, everyone doesn't get police murder or police beatings. Loss of jobs, status, privilege. So the modulation of how you control people is you don't always use violence. You can threaten people with the butter biscuits and other things. Has always been a feature of how we've been dominated. I'm going to give you an example. An 1828 overseer. More punishment is inflicted on every plantation by men in power from private pique than from a neglect of duty. This I assert as a fact. I have detected it often. When I pass sentence myself, various modes of punishment are adopted. The lash, the least of all. Digging stumps or clearing away trash about the settlements in their own time. But the most severe is confinement, at home 6 months to 12 months or longer. In other words, the precursor to mass incarceration, people. The lash is, unfortunately, too much used. Every mode of punishment should be devised in preference to that, and when used, never to lacerate. All young persons will offend. In other words, don't beat them as so hard as to make them really angry with the system. Just enough to keep them under control, but not too much to make them lose it. Think about this, people. Like affirmative action and DEI and little trinkets here and there as to not make them so mad as to stand up and want true freedom, reparations, and justice. There's a logic to it. And notice, all young persons will offend. Slavery always, and oppression always seeks to undermine the youth. The old Negroes are already broken. A Negro at 25 years old who finds he has the marks of a rogue inflicted when a boy, even if disposed to be orderly, has very little or no inducement to be otherwise. In other words, if you beat the shit out of someone just to show them I'm white and I can kick your ass, and that person looks at the scars, he's not going to be a good slave because he figures I have nothing to lose fighting your ass. The American system of oppression of Black Americans is to never do too much as to make people really lose it. Something that they learned in 1968, killing Black public figures in an open way like Dr. King or Malcolm X created the greatest activity in my lifetime among Black people. Happened when I was 3, when Dr. King was shot, and Black folks set 200 cities on fire. That was bigger than the March of Washington and all this other John Lewis homo shit that they tell you. The system is careful not to push too hard because the system isn't as strong as you imagine it is. And the system isn't really ready to have to go all out to control. This is why the system always cultivates traitors, collaborators, Mr. and Mrs. in-between type Negroes, boule types. It's always been there. A factor of the system is cultivating people who are happy with third or fourth class citizenship. 1830, Planter wrote, "The proper management and discipline of slaves subjects the man of care and feeling to more dilemmas than perhaps any other vocation he could follow. To keep a diary of their conduct would be a record nothing short of a series of violations of the laws of God and man. To moralize and induce the slave to assimilate with the master and his interests has been the great desideratum aimed at, but I am sorry to say that I have long since desponded in the completion of this task." Translation: get the slave to see slavery as in their interest. What's good for America? What's good for the gays? What's good for the migrants and the illegals? What's good for the suburbs, Mr. Secretary at HUD? What's good for the feminists? All the tide lifts all boats. What's good for the people of color? Do you see the scam here? That nothing's changed in hundreds of years, and everybody that doesn't tell you this are liars. So I tell you, to teach people, I'm going to read the thing on religion in here, to teach you to imagine yourself
basically, as white, you belong, you're in. You're a part of this plantation. Yes, you live in the slave quarters, but you're still a part of the family. You can come to the back door and get a piece of fat back. I don't beat you too hard. Don't you know I love you? Or as they would say in church, we may even visit the nigger side of heaven when we die, just to hear y'all sing. So he desponded that he couldn't get these people. Even then, there were people who used their brains and says, I don't like this system, massa. Isn't it amazing that enslaved, there's a difference between a slave and an enslaved person. This guy's talking about enslaved people who didn't like being slaves. And I'm talking to many of you, and we have family and friends who are slaves who are comfortable with everything, who think it's strange what we're doing right now. But however, this true picture may be, those servile creatures, not people, we are bound under many sacred obligations to treat them with humanity at all times and under all circumstances. You know what? I think they knew someone was going to read this. Do you really think that the slave system could exist with everyone being treated humanely? Do you see the lies in this? That they're lying to themselves about how well they treated people. The same people writing this, my friends, are the same types of people who talked about the happy slaves. Be very careful when you read literature, because nobody wants to say, I just raped my slaves. I just beat the shit out of my slaves. I just broke up families. Certain people don't write that. There's a song called Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Shake, rattle, and roll. Let's shake, rattle, and roll. Let's shake, rattle, and roll, right? Can't do right to save my doggone soul, right? And there's a line. I'm like a one-eyed cat peeping in a seafood store. A one-eyed cat, okay, is an old term for a penis, because you only have one hole, unless you guys, especially if you've got two. Okay, call Guinness. The seafood store is a vagina. In slavery times, one-eyed cats were white men who raped black women that they sold, in particular young ones. And they used all kinds of language to hide what kind of people they were. America is based on lies and deception about racism and injustice. And these people are always thinking, we're going to get busted one day for what we've done to these people. So even when they're writing, they're shading and changing the information so you can't get them later. The same way when the Iranians went into the American embassy in 1979 to take hostages, or 81 those years. The people were shredding and destroying the documents of all the torture and stuff. The same way they destroyed stuff, the same way they redacted Epstein's stuff, to destroy information, because white people fear judgment for the crimes that they've committed. And so they're constantly changing and revising and trying to sanitize what they know is wrong. Even when you have the upper hand, even when blacks can't read, write, have no freedom, they're thinking about possible judgment. And we're going to talk about that in the future books. I'm going to talk doing reconstruction, so where white folks had fears of slave revolts and people committing suicide. And the first drug epidemics in this country were among white women who feared retaliation for how they treated black people when they were enslaved. So they're on drugs all the time, trying to cope with what they've done and what they're doing to other people. And that's still true today. The biggest consumers of dope in the world are white American people. And might I say, white males and white women are the biggest users of alcohol, drugs, prescription, illegal and otherwise. Even they got chemistry sets making the shit at home. Because of what they do. By the way, I'm not talking about putting anybody in jail, shooting anyone. I'm simply saying you walk around guilty in your own conscience because you've done evil. You're living in an evil system. You're committing evil. And you want for posterity, when people read about you, to see you as a good person. It's the same way Bill Gates and all these wicked people do what's called philanthropy to cover up the crimes that they did to get the fortunes. It never changes. The Fords committed crimes. The Rockefellers committed crimes. The Gettys committed crimes. People who are stealing, if there's any humanity in them, people who are oppressing, raping, and selling, their conscience is troubled. So not only are they taking drugs, they're pushing drugs, alcohol, and even trying to get you to accept, to adopt to our oppression. Stop resisting me. When I ask for sex from your 6-year-old child, just let me have it. Why are you mad? Are y'all reading, listening to these books I'm reading? These people are mad. I mean, how dare you refuse me? I just come out the field sweaty and dirty, drunk with my friends. You better give me some sex, you black wench. If you don't, I'll beat you. I'll sell your kids if you don't do me and my friends right now. Ooh, nigger bitch. No such thing as rape. There's no such thing as buck breaking or sodomizing the men. Do you really think that white homosexual men weren't bothering black boys and men? I'm going to read another chapter from another book. Are y'all with me? So look at this, saying that they treated people right. Although compelled to use coercive measures, they're compelled. You wouldn't be compelled if you didn't own them as slaves. If you didn't take a person's liberty and labor and their children and their women, you wouldn't have to be. But because you're holding them against their will and against the laws of God, now you have to beat and repress them. And therefore, you turn it around and make them guilty of you beating and repressing them to steal their labor. This is the mindset. Justifiable homicide for the police is a good example. I feared for my life, so I shot the black 5-year-old. He was frightened. I shot Tamir Rice. He was scaring me with his toy gun. And everybody knows the guy came out, just started shooting the kid. And did he get punished? No. Mind you, there is no change in mindset of the people walking around today. Say, I never owned slaves. I said, you could have fooled me. That's your response. Again, although compelled to use coercive measures for their good discipline, I'm beating you for your benefit. Mass incarceration is necessary to fight the scourge of crack and crime. Not good enough for Hunter Biden, all you Negroes that voted for Joe Biden. Not good for him and his other junkie daughter, Naomi Biden, but good enough for millions of black people. Okay. For their good discipline. Yet we should never lose sight of humanity in its strictest sense. Under all these considerations, it requires for good management and discipline of those people a man of steady habits connected with sobriety, fortitude, energy, and humanity, and a passion for enterprise, to clothe the naked, to feed the hungry, and soothe the sick should be our ceaseless duty towards the slave, and to compel them to theirs should the order of the day. First and foremost, if they were free, they wouldn't be naked. They would feed themselves. In fact, they were feeding you. They're hungry because they're feeding you. Look at how they turn this around. We build the country And they call us lazy, grifters, welfare cheats, and yet let 15, 20 million people come in the country and give them better benefits than veterans and everybody else. That's why I'm going to deal with pro-slavery thought and other things, because a lot of people aren't getting this. A lot of people aren't getting this and wonder why I'm doing this. So, all right, let me keep reading. In 1831, a planter wrote, "I rarely punish myself, but make my driver," in other words, I don't beat my niggas, "but make my driver virtually an executive officer to inflict punishments that I may remove from the mind of a servant who commits a fault of the unfavorable impression to have to be indulged in. That is for the pleasure of punishing rather than for the purpose of enforcing obedience and establishing good order, that punishments are inflicted, as it is no pleasure to a humane judge to sentence a fellow creature to be hanged and in one full swoop plunge him into eternity." Well, no, do y'all hear this? 1831 is the same year of the Baptist War in Jamaica, which basically resulted in the end of slavery in the British Empire, led by Samuel Sharp, which actually, the end of slavery in the British Empire, because of the Baptist War, which came after Nat Turner's revolt the same year of 1831, the people in Jamaica rose up after Black Americans in the United States did under Nat Turner, a family member of mine, might I add. I rarely punish myself. So this is the good cop, the white liberal, who has his reactionary white conservative libertarian driver beat and brutalize. Oh, those are the cops. Well, they're rogue. Well, they're loose cannon. Bullshit. You're on the same team. That I may remove from the mind. In other words, we don't want our enslaved Negroes to see all of us as part of this game of beating their asses and stealing their labor. So I never beat you. I've been a good master. Well, that's George Bush. That's not me. That's Ronald Reagan. That's not me. That's Joe Biden. That's not me. That's Trent Lott. That's not me. What's that guy's name? That's Mitch McConnell. That's not me. Oh, I would never do that. This has always been the game of plausible denial. It's just you can believe their denial because they don't do things openly. But mind you, the driver was on his payroll, who served at his pleasure. The cops that murder, the cops that beat, the gangs that push dope all serve at the pleasure of the people that oppress us. It's all the same. And he's talking about sentence a fellow creature to be hanged. In other words, they've had people killed. I've had people murdered, but I didn't do it. It's not easy for me to just hang a nigger. I don't want to be associated with the punishment of the people that I've enslaved. So I outsource it. I have a private prison or private contractor, or I have, some CIA clandestine team go and do this. And we didn't do that. To impress this more forcibly on their minds, when they have urged us to plead that they are servants and must submit to the will of their masters, who can do as they please, I have addressed them in a mild and simple manner. So he's the good white liberal. I give to the NAACP. I have a whole life membership. I believe Hitler had a whole life membership with the NAACP. Assuring them that the laws of the land have secured them rights which the master dare not violate without incurring the risk of a heavy penalty by imprisonment and labor in the penitentiary for one term, not less than one, no longer than 5 years. First and foremost, under law, you could do whatever you wanted to do with slaves. This person's lying. You could rape, kill, destroy, dismember. A slave had no human rights. They could not go to court. This person's lying against the custom, and he's in Georgia. Come on. Okay. One of my ancestors, as I said, was raping a woman from Africa, and he's a preacher named Wiltshire. Okay. And they're all over. There's a white dude killing black folks in the prison down in Savannah now, who's the sheriff named Wiltshire. Probably in the same damn family as me. Okay. I'm just saying. Okay. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So, no, there was nobody that's going to come in and intervene on behalf of black people. That's a damn lie. But what I will say to you is there's one place in the country, just one, that I've come across in all the time I've done research, where blacks could get lawyers to represent them for the most part on a consistent basis. It was Washington, D.C. The circuit court judge here, Judge Cranch, if blacks, there was a law between the interstate transshipment of slaves from Virginia to Washington, D.C., which is a federal district. If you lived in Alexandria and you brought slaves across the Potomac River, if that slave ran to a policeman, that person would be taken into police protective custody. The master would be sued and the black person freed. This made folks so mad. This is the reason Alexandria was re-annexed to Virginia, to make certain that slavery and slave property was protected. That's how much it bothered people that you got a slave to get away from you. Don't you believe this? But I'm reading it to you. I just want you to understand. But if you don't know your history, you would read this stuff. Man, these people aren't so bad. No, they're very bad. You shouldn't own anybody. Hold on. Listen to this. And this is the duty of the inferior courts of several counties of Georgia on receiving information on oath of any infirm slave in a suffering situation from neglect of the owner, to make a particular inquiry into the situation of such slave and render such relief as they in their discretion may think proper, and they are authorized to sue and recover from the owner the amount appropriated for the relief of such slave. If black people couldn't testify in court against white people until after 1965, how do you think they were doing this in 1830? Cracker, please. Do you see how people are? They're lying to themselves about how decent they are. Same way you lied that Jesus is white. I mean, everything's white. The Egyptians are white. Whatever we say it is, because we can kill you, we can lynch you, we can bake up your family. Whatever comes out of our mouth is the word of God etched in stone. This is the psychosis, the psychopathy of white racism and white supremacy in America, that people are complete psychopathic, sociopathic liars about everything. This is why you use so much drugs. This is why there's so much suicide. This is why they're mass shooters and all this other stuff. Because in order to process life where you hate and you do all this stuff, it will make you crazy. I agree with Dr. King. It is a sick society. And there are other sick societies in the world, but most other sick societies don't put themselves out as being Christian or holy or city on a hill, or they represent all the democratic ideas. It's bullshit. This protection, which the benevolence of our laws has thrown around their persons, in other words, the courts, the legal system, which doesn't even work today for us, was protecting people who chattel slaves with no human rights? To save them in old age and infirmity from want and wretchedness, the boasted philanthropy of Europe and the northern states have never extended to the poor an old white man. Double exclamation point. In other words, we treat our niggers better than the northern states and the Europeans treat free white labor. We're good to our niggers. I have told them too that a soldier of disobedience of orders may forfeit his life, while they for similar offense are only chastised. In other words, a soldier in the military can be executed for being disobedient. But they say, while they, black slaves, for a similar offense are only chastised. We only beat slaves. We shoot a white man. In other words, we treat black people better than we treat white people. DEI is giving all the jobs to blacks, and whites aren't getting anything. And mentioning the Tuskegee Airmen is stripping whites from airplane pilot jobs and air traffic controller jobs, and whites don't get anything because blacks get it all. And you and I know DEI benefits mostly white women, gays, Asians, and others. However, they get the benefit, we get the hatred, and DEI is another way to say hate niggers. Critical race theory is another way to say hate and oppress niggers. And look at everything being handed to black people, and they have too much. Look at how they get everything and how good they have and how bad we have it. If we had it so good, why is there the same health disparities then and now? Why is there the same disparities in income and so forth? Somebody's lying. Moderators, anybody that says anything stupid, time them out 24 hours. I don't have time for you. We don't have time for ignorant people. We don't have time for racist people. I don't have time for self-hating black people. If you're a self-hating black person, you know, if the jab didn't get you, take yourself out. Do us all a favor. I mean that. So let me keep reading. Listen to this. While they for some offense are only chastised, because it is of interest of a master to preserve the health, vigor, and life of his servant, which produces a moral connection and attachment betwixt master and servant, that freak, violence, or misrule seldom severs. So look at how much we love our darkies. My God. Y'all like this book? It's called Advice Among Masters, edited by Breeden from 1980. This is a Virginia planter, 1834. In the management of Negroes, there should always be perfect uniformity of conduct towards them. That is, you should not be too rigid in your discipline at one time and too lax at the other. They should understand that real faults will not go unpunished, but at the same time, moderate punishment with the certainty of it succeeding a fault is much more efficient in producing good conduct than severe punishment irregularly inflicted. That is sometimes inflicted for an offense, and at others omitted when the same or worse one is committed. For the ill-disposed will always risk the chances of escaping punishment altogether. It is the certainty of punishment and not its severity which deters from misconduct, and in fact, after a while, on a well-regulated plantation, that certainty will prevent the necessity of inflicting punishments almost entirely. The best evidence of the good management of slaves is the impartiality of treatment to be used towards them all. Unless for a particular conduct, then it should be understood as such. Now, going back to the previous thing where the person talked about the health, most slaves died before the age of 30. So the old age, they didn't live to old age. You worked into death. If they survived, I mean, basically, what are they going to do anyway? Where could they go? You took all the wealth and everything. I mean, what, you can't feed them? Okay. South Carolina planter, overseer, should I say, in 1836 said, "For the breach of every rule, the certainty of punishment is everything." That means beat their ass every chance you get. If a Negro is permitted to go once unpunished for a fault, He will at any time afterwards do the same and risk being flogged. I have always discovered that where the overseer is positive that the Negroes are better disciplined, more mildly treated, and consequently more happy. Once, however, the Negro has been punished, the fault should be overlooked. His spirit should not be broken down by continually reminding him of his past conduct. Let bygones be bygones, niggas. Not observing this rule has very often ruined some of the very best Negroes. I have frequently met with Negroes whom the whip would ruin, with a little flattery, with whom a little flattery could do everything. You're a good darky. Pick that cotton. Take my load of semen in your rear or your jaws, wench. Ah, you're not like the other darky girls. Okay. I have frequently met with Negroes whom the whip would ruin, with a little flattery could do everything. I will state an instance of the kind 10 years ago. I bought at an auction in Charleston a stubborn, ill-looking fellow sold as a runaway. Upon examination, I found that he had marks of having been repeatedly whipped. I asked the fellow the reason of this. He said it was because he could not do his work. I was convinced that Ben, for that was his name, had not been properly managed. Your slave ain't bad. Your slave management is bad. Slavery's not wrong. It's how you do your slavery is wrong. I accordingly purchased him at a reduced price. What is it? Slaves are us. I bought him at a reduced price, took him home, put him to work by the side of some of my best workers. I pointed out what I would require of him, and in a flattering way observed to the other fellows that I was now to give them a push. Now I said, Ben, I expect you to do your best. Keep close to those fellows. These are my good niggas. I put you with my Clyburn and my Hakeem Jeffries and my Croc shit, that little silly bitch from Texas. Keep close to those fellows, and if you follow them up close, you may feel proud of yourself. He seemed pleased at my remarks, said he would, and commenced as if he intended to do his best. I left Ben to himself, and in a few hours after returning to where he was working, he was getting on exceedingly well, for which I complimented him. It was in this manner I urged him on throughout his day's work. That evening when he finished his task, did it well, and I went on pleased with himself. This was the first steps towards the reformation of Ben. By following up in my treatment, I so entirely reclaimed him in a few months from being a runaway and a rogue, and I made him one of my primest and trustiest Negroes. A South Carolina 1844 planter wrote, Negroes who will not do their work, like boys who will not get their lessons, must sometimes be flogged. But a few stripes are all that is necessary. 15 or 20 lashes, lightly inflicted, are as much as should ever be given. For serious offenses, other punishments, such as solitary confinement, should be resorted to. Mass incarceration. And 1847 Virginia Planter, Rule 8. The hands must be made to obey and work, which may be done with strict attention to business with very little coercive means, much of which indicates a bad temper or an inattentive management and will not be allowed. Rule 9. Overseers should never, in correcting a slave on any occasion, unless in self-defense, kick or strike him with his hand or stick or with the butt end of his whip. 1849, Rules for Plantation Governance. Negroes must be made to obey and work, which may be done by the overseer who attends regularly to his business with very little whipping. for much whipping indicates a bad temper or inattentive manager. He must never on any occasion, unless in self-defense, kick a Negro or strike him with his fist or stick or butt end of his whip. No unusual punishment must be resorted to without the employer's consent. Now, if master said, break that nigga's ass, do it. He is required never to whip a Negro to gratify his passion, which means people did whip black folks. S&M, in fact, let me just tell you a little bit about some of these Negro LGBTQ folks. There are a lot of black men getting HIV/AIDS in New York and Chicago who sleep with white men to get, what's this stuff called? Tina, crystal meth. And they get involved in what's called P&P or party and play. And let me just explain this to you. Party is drugs. Play is the sex. So the black men who can't afford crystal meth sleep with white men who then beat, abuse, do all kinds of crazy stuff to them. And of course, they get drugs in exchange and some sex. Do you really think that this stuff just started with the Pride movement? Do you think the ghetto gaggers with white guys like gang orally sodomized black women? You think this stuff is new? You don't think this stuff has been with us the whole time? Where the hell have you been? So the whipping and raping and all this stuff has always been a part of America, always. Just don't make it too graphic. And I'm disgusted when we talk about reparations that this should be front and center. We should shame the shit out of this country for all this filthy, vile stuff that's been integral to America since its inception. Now, let's see some people tell me that we don't need our damn motherfucking money if you start explaining what these folks have done. Oh, just forgive and forget. What, all the black men lynched for eyeball rape when centuries of rape and molestation and pedophilia and incest? Okay. He is not expected to punish the foreman, except on extraordinary emergency that will not allow of delay until the employer is consulted. Of the rule, the foreman is to be kept in entire ignorance. And a plan in 1850. In the infliction of punishment, it should ever be borne in mind that the object is correction. If the Negro is humble, if he's a coon, and appears duly sensible, again, if he's a coon, of the impropriety of his conduct, if you understand being white is the law of his conduct, a very moderate chastisement will better answer than a severe one. We don't have to beat his ass. If, however, he is stubborn or impertinent or perseveres in what you know to be a falsehood, a slight punishment will only make bad worse. If he's a militant, opinionated, self-respecting, unbuck-broken Negro, you got to pop and bust that ass, or you're going to have a bad, no good nigger on your hands. The Negro should, however, see from your cool, yet determined manner that it is not a consequence of your excited temper, but of his fault for his correction that he is punished. You wanting to get paid for your labor, you wanting to get married, you wanting your family to be together, you needing a day off, that's your fault. It's your fault that you're poor. It's your fault that you can't afford medical care. It's your fault that you're homeless. It's your fault that we put highways through your neighborhood. It's your fault that you don't have access to credit. It's your fault that your credit redlined. Everything is your fault. It's you guys' fault. You're slaves. In fact, you're lucky to be our slaves. You weren't very good slaves. This is a mindset. It's always been here. And the problem isn't that they think this way. The problem is we think like the people that they broke back then, and we have no excuse today to be bigger slaves than the folks that they had to whip and beat down. And when I smell folks who reek of marijuana and drugs, and they're dirty and their pants falling off, the women got bungee cord, ugly hair hanging off, and tattoos on their eyeballs and on their clitorises and all, and their boobs and all this. We're bigger slaves than the people that they had to manage and control. They had to make concessions to the people that they enslaved. And these days, we don't get any concessions, and we are voters. We got judge, lawyers, senators, and don't have shit. As a general principle of the legal maxim, it is better 90 and 9 guilty persons should escape than one innocent should suffer. It's correct. It is, however, exceptions. For instance, the Negroes take to killing your pigs or stealing your chicken and eggs. You cannot ascertain who are guilty. It is only necessary to put the whole crowd on half allowance of meat for a few days, and evil will end. Divide and conquer. Take butter biscuits from everybody, and folks will snitch and betray and COINTELPRO and sell drugs and do black on black horizontal violence and betrayal, boule, divine swine bullshit. Take their stuff away, threaten people with stuff like they did in 1964, betray the blacks in Mississippi and Alabama, fighting for the right to vote, and you can get some choice jobs for a few black folks as long as you betray the collective uplift of black people. This is still plantation management. This is what happens. Hakeem Jeffries is guilty of this. Clyburn is guilty of this. All of these people that you look up to, entertainers and other people who stab us in the back, and we celebrate them as black first, black successful people. This is plantation management, 21st century style. The question is, are you a slave or are you enslaved? I may be enslaved, but I am not a slave. They're talking about people who did not want to be slaves. For example, if you're raised in a family where everybody's selling drugs, mama's making crack on the stove instead of grits, you can't help that. But if you decide, I'm not going to be a dealer, I'm not going to be in bullshit, I don't want this, even if it's around, because I've had people, my family had to get away from intolerable situations within the family. They didn't want to be in the bullshit. The problem with Black Americans today is we don't have any morality, a huge number of us, to say, I'm going to rise above as best I can of an intolerable, horrible situation. And I'm going to acquiesce to low intensity white supremacy. Low intensity white supremacy is like taking a train car full of guns into a black neighborhood and leaving it there so we can shoot and kill each other, or selling dope in the neighborhood, or prostitution, or working in child and family services and giving black children to white gay couples to molest the black kids. That's low intensity versus going in and raping someone or marching to a neighborhood with guns with your face covered, literally in your face. Go to hell, niggas, go the fuck back to Africa, pick my cotton. And by the way, fight my wars and don't get benefits from the VA afterwards. That's not how you make it work, because that can make somebody mad. If you don't want movements, you don't want cohesion, don't put enough pressure on people so they will kind of like not come together. Which is why I could care less about some of the things happening now, because it's not such a bad thing. If folks are being troubled by the new administration, maybe we'll get some cooperation going. If you reek of marijuana, you should be ashamed of yourself. Nobody should be able to know what you do in private when you walk around. That's just vile. Why'd you want to smell like weed? It stinks. Um, we used to make fun of black folks when we had standards. If you were funky, people would embarrass you. We've really dropped to a low level when walking around stinking and looking dirty and grimy is acceptable. Being dirty, grimy, and stinky was how people who were in slavery were described. So when you walk around stinking and reeking, black folks, you're acting like slaves. You're not a free person. And when someone teaches you being high and out of your mind is freedom, they've made you a slave. And I'm waiting for, say, 10, 12 years from now when they find out that a lot of people are getting cancer and other problems from the genetically modified weed that they've pushed out there. If people have never given us anything good and they're pushing marijuana through our no good homo thug rappers and everybody else, and everybody's smoking, you're some kind of a coon to your own consciousness. That's what I have to say for the weed smokers. If you're not doing it for glaucoma or something else, you're somehow impairing your future. My friend who ran one of the best projects for helping youth, the biggest problem he had with young black people was they smoked weed so much they couldn't concentrate to learn job skills. They couldn't do anything because the weed incapacitated their drive. And there is a such thing as marijuana addiction. It's a lie that you can't be addicted to marijuana. It's a lie that there are negative traits to the constant smoke of marijuana. I had a white marijuana addict living next door, and he smoked weed all day. I prayed that God, he'd vomit that shit up. And one day, our house, a row house, I could hear him vomiting for hours. And he stopped smoking weed, but shortly thereafter, he got cancer. I don't know if he's alive now. Marijuana, anything that's been tampered with, GMO. But anyway, pushing drugs in the neighborhood, getting people to use all this stuff is a form of social control. Black people who willfully use dope and drink and whore and pedophile and porn and all this other shit, that's license. That isn't freedom. Freedom are the Jews in Hollywood that are in California that make the porn that you buy, that dominate the internet. And by the way, licentiousness and nastiness is ascribed to black people, not to people that produce the kiddie porn and all this stuff. They're good, virtuous people that you better not criticize or you're an anti-Semite. That's freedom. Being the face of degeneracy is another form of slavery. And the collective degradation of us as a group. Shame on any of our people that are into this. You should separate yourself from the things that your oppressor wants you to do. That's the most immediate thing you can do to free yourself. And if you're not moving away from degeneracy, self-destruction, the abuse of substances, you're part of the problem. We need some standards. People who ran away from slavery had standards. The people that didn't know they were enslaved had none. There are two types of black people: folks who at least are trying to be free that have a standard, and black folks that are degenerate that don't. They're the slaves. The question, are you a fucking slave of choice? And there are books, there are people like me, we're all over it. There's no excuse other than you're a servant of the devil, that you're doing stupid shit with your mind, your life, and your body. If all this white supremacy, what about black degeneracy? By choice. Let me finish this off. Again, if you cannot ascertain who are guilty, if you can't find the bad niggas that are getting enough protein to work my plantation because I ain't giving them enough, if they help themselves to the shit they raise, I'm going to find out who got some extra food. Cut in half the allowance of meat for a few days, the evil will end. This remedy is better than a perpetual false and suspicion of all. In other words, we can just isolate the few bad, troublemaking Negroes, we can manage the rest. Same way that they used Black Lives Matter to smoke out the grassroots activists and kill them all in St. Louis and kill them in other places or jail them. And they're still in jail. And all these freak degenerate LGBTQ tycoons got rich and the real people got destroyed. This shit's still happening. We have hundreds of Black political prisoners and there's no discussion. We have over 60 Blacks in Congress and no one made an appeal, even with Biden, to free Black political prisoners. Why is Assata Shakur being hunted and almost in her 80s? We let our heroes be destroyed and we fight for ASAP Rocky's sweet hitting ass. Well, at least wearing the Scottish kilt. All right. Look, Mississippi planter in 1851. The humanity on the part of the overseer and unqualified obedience on the part of the Negro are, under all circumstances, indispensable. Whipping when necessary shall be in moderation and never done in passion, and the driver shall in no instance inflict punishment except in the presence of the overseer when, from sickness, he is unable to do it himself. You really think in Mississippi they're like that? Let's see how much more of it. Oh my, I got a little bit more. Y'all want me to read a little bit more? I can stop in a second. 1851, planter. I do not punish often, but I seldom let an offense pass, making a lumping settlement and then correct the servant's remembrance. I find it better to whip very little, young ones, being rather treacherous in their memory. Pulling an ear or a sound box will bring everything right, yanking them by their ears. I'm almost afraid I will subject myself to the chimney corner theorist's animadversion if I say more, but I will risk it. Put up a huge log house with a good substantial door, lock and key, story 12 feet high, logs across above, as so to make a regular built jail. They've always had jails for Black people. If you come to DC and y'all want to go to the DC Public Records Office, did you know that before you had kennels for dogs, prisons and jails were for holding Black people, for, in particular, urban communities for safekeeping? The jail's function is like a kennel for dogs. You know, I'm going back to my country house out in the rural areas. Lock up my niggas till I come back. I'm just saying. And so people had an account with the local jails to lock up their Black people like animals, and they had a little budget of what they would feed them, right? And don't beat them too much when I'm gone. I'm come back. Be good to my darkies, right? So build your own jail. Have holes near the ceiling, well protected by iron bars. The first Negro that steals or runs away or fights, or who is hard to manage, in order to get a day's work, must be locked up every night as soon as he comes in from work. You know, that's like a work release way before that shit started. There's nothing new under the sun, colored people. Must be locked up every night as soon as he comes in from work, and turned out the next morning, kept every Sunday, so you don't let him go to church to sing and shout. Negroes are gregarious. Black people need one another. They dread solitariness. If we deny Black people their unity, we can break them. And to be deprived from a little weekly dance and chit chat. So if you don't get to gossip and talk about stupid sports shit, dumb fuck Black men, or you don't talk about saving your community. It's in the hospital the other day. Niggas just talking sports. He didn't get to start this year. And it was, God, A lot of what black men think is this dumb fuck barbershop talk. I don't even, that's why I cut my own fucking hair to avoid dumbass black men in barbershops. Damn. It's just full of dumb fuck black men. It's shameful. Damn. Why be so loud when you're stupid? So weekly dances. So niggas got to boogie. That's how slavery was accommodated. Let niggas have fun. Let them get high and drunk on the weekend. But when the weekend's over, back to being a slave. And the words of the OJs by Gamble and Huff, living for the weekend, living for the weekend. That's when I party down, party hardy down. That's why Negroes waste all their money on the weekend. Our money leaves our community as we medicate with drugs, sex, stupidity, and a waste of time and dumbass gossip. And all of our money leaves. And even then, black folks had money and they'd buy whiskey and stupid shit instead of saving money. Maybe they could buy their damn freedom. But if you don't plan for the future, same way people fuck a miss and make bastards they don't want. And then these kids are out doing the mass shootings in our community, like what happened in Alabama. It's a goddamn disgrace. Negroes need to get married, stop being whores, studs, and virgins. And don't tell me about white people breaking up our families in slavery. We're busting the shit up worse now. God damn us for being so sorry. They will work to death rather than to be shut up. That's why those Negroes with government jobs and black people jobs will work and never leave a job, never speak up, be the biggest coon, snitch on everybody because they're afraid I'll be poor, I'll end up in jail, I'll be homeless, I'm ready to stab anyone in the back to hold on to my little government job. Man, this Trump shit has Negroes shook in Prince George's County. And all these Negroes with government jobs, they scared. They thought if we never spoke up, if we hid behind the hat shack, weren't in the deacon board of the church because they don't want to be politically active, don't go to PTA, never raise their voice, that they'd be secure as employed slaves. And Trump and them and this silly ass eat my butt, aka Elon Musk and them have done this shit with the Doge, with his homoerotic cortege of these boys with names like Big Balls that are fucking everything up. God help me. Would rather death than to be shut up. I know the advantage, though I have no jail, my house being similar to one, yet used for other purposes. An Alabama planter in 1850 wrote, I am seldom reduced to the necessity of punishing them. I seldom use the rod, but can cause them to work after other servants have finished their task. Georgia, 1854, an overseer said, I think it's wrong to make them believe or think that they're going to be whipped to death, or nearly so, for everything. If they form that opinion of you and find by experience that you will soon kill them, as not, you may reasonably expect them to resist you to save their own lives. My rule is to whip or pull the ear or twist the nose or slap them for every offense when they know they're wrong, and to do it in accordance to the offense committed. If they do a great crime, I give them more chastisement, but always on the strictest rules of mercy. A Louisiana planter wrote in 1856, the object of all punishment should be, first, correction, to deter the offender from the repetition of an offense, and second, for the example to all others, showing them that if they offend, they will likewise receive a certain punishment. It is a certainty that the more than severity of punishment that prevents the crime. Never fail, therefore, to notice the breach of an established rule and be equally unfailing and punishing the offender justly, according to the natures and circumstances of the offense. Never inflict punishment when in passion, nor threaten it, but wait until perfectly cool, and until it can be done rather with sorrow than in anger. I'm sorry I have to brand you. I'm sorry I have to gang rape you. I'm sorry I have to beat you. I'm sorry I have to sell your kids. I'm sorry, darky. Whipping is the only punishment that will be permitted except in keeping the disobedient on their plantation. Whippings must never be cruel or severe. Let me read that. Whippings must never be cruel or severe, but may be repeated at proper intervals until most entire submission is obtained. Beat their asses until they do what they're told. Beat the rebelliousness out of that nigga until they're a good slave, until they're like Clyburn, until they're like Don Woman. I object to having the skin cut or my Negroes marked in any way by lash. And with proper care, this can always be avoided. I will most certainly discharge of any overseer for striking any of my Negroes with the club or the butt of his whip, or in any way injuring one of my Negroes. My Negroes are not to be abused or injured in any way, and at the same time, they must be kept under strict discipline, which can be accomplished by talking to them and punishing them moderately, but promptly and certainly. A South Carolina planter in 1857 wrote, "It is desirable to allow 24 hours to elapse between the discovery of an offense and the punishment. No punishment is to exceed 15 lashes in cases where the overseer supposes a severe punishment is necessary. He may apply to the proprietor or to the esquire in the case of the proprietor's absence from the neighborhood. Confinement, not in the stocks, must be preferred to whipping. But the stoppage of Saturday's allowance," in other words, it was a little good nigger stipend, "Saturday's allowance and doing a whole task on Saturday will suffice to prevent ordinary offenses. So don't cut out those butter biscuits. Special care must be taken to prevent any indecency in punishing women." Indecency in punishing women means that rape, grabbing someone's titty, branding an ass, raping a woman as punishment. Rape is punishment, people. No driver or other Negro should be allowed to punish any person in any way except by order of the overseer and in his presence. The proprietor hopes that the overseer will remember that a system of strict justice is necessary to good management. No person should ever be allowed to break a law without being punished, or any person punished who has not broken a well-known law. Every person should be made perfectly to understand what they are punished for, and should be made to perceive that they are not punished in anger or through caprice. All abusive language or violence of the demeanor should be avoided. They reduce the man who uses them to a level with the Negro, and are hardly ever forgotten by those to whom they are addressed. So don't cuss. Use good standard church talk. Have a little talk with Jesus. Tell him all about your troubles. A South Carolina overseer said, "It is indispensable that you exercise judgment and consideration in the management of Negroes under your charge. Be firm and at the same time in your control. Never display yourself before them in passion. And even in inflicting the severest punishment, do so in a mild, cool manner. It will produce a tenfold effect. When you find it necessary to use the whip, and desirable as it would be, to dispense with it entirety, it is necessary at times to apply it slowly and deliberately to the extent that you're determined in your own mind to be needful before you begin. The indiscriminate and consistent excessive use of the whip is altogether unnecessary and inexcusable. When it can be done without too great a loss of time, the stocks, chaining them up like a dog or a hog or a horse, listen to this. The stocks offer a means of punishment greatly to be preferred. Never threaten a Negro, but if you have an occasion of punishment, do it at once, or say nothing until ready to do so. A violent, passionate threat will often scare the best disposed Negro to the woods. Always keep your word with them in punishment as well as with rewards. Never forgive the that in the one you would punish in another, but treat all alike. After all, nigger is a nigger. Showing no favoritism. Never be induced by a course of good behavior on the part of Negroes to relax the strictness of your discipline. Even if they're a good nigger, deal with them like they're bad nigger. But when you have a judicious management, brought them to that state, keep them so by the same means. The only way to keep a Negro honest is to not trust them. This seems a harsh assertion, but is unfortunately too true. A Tennessee preacher wrote, "The Marxist sentimentalism that's pronounced against all corporate punishment and deals in moral suasion only must be deferred to the millennium." In other words, the idea that you don't need to beat black people's asses needs to happen when Jesus comes back. For the time being, get that ass, get that slave ass, okay? It does not suit the world as it is now and human nature as it is to resort to punishment as seldom as possible and to administer in such a manner as it will best accomplish its purposes. Individual and generally is a master's duty. Correction and prevention are its legitimate ends. Beyond these, he may not go, for anger is fierce and wrath cruel, and vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Now we come up with the Bible. Some masters have a code of laws as well understood as if written. If their household and plantation servants are well governed communities, a tribunal, they have a justice system on the plantation. A tribunal exists where complaints are referred, grievances redressed, and disputes settled. All transactions of a social nature proceed upon settled principles. They do not criminally trifle with their servants in words and promises, but consciously keep a good faith towards them and constrain them to keep it among themselves. The ear of the highest authority is ever open. It is counted no unworthy condescension to inquire into the disturbances of the subordinate empire to set the wrong right. Listen, subordinate empire means the inferior people's place. Us, a subordinate empire, a subordinate black nation. In other words, it's an awareness there's a white nation and there's a black nation. There's a crushed down, oppressed people that have a right to be free of their own accord that we're denying. Same way we deny reparations. The lowest functions of justice and judgment are not despised. This is worthy of all praise. In other words, it's godly to beat and abuse these people. A Mississippi planter. You, the overseer, are not allowed to take hold of the Negroes to whip them, nor to beat them with sticks or clubs, or in any manner that is most usual with the assistance of the driver and the other Negroes. If he starts to run and the other Negroes will not stop him for you, let him go. I don't believe that. We're almost done. I'm done with this chapter. Wasn't this good? This is an Alabama planter. They are taught to obey implicitly whoever I put over them, whether white or black. Then I hold the overseer or foreman responsible for the quality and quantity of the work. I will not have them abused, and when they disobey any of my rules, they are promptly punished and fully forgiven. I show no partiality, neither will I suffer it on this place. How do you like the advice among masters? You've lived all of this. It's never changed. Again, I read from chapter 6. Thank God for this $95 book that when you guys sent me donations, man, and it's hard to find this book anywhere, Advice Among Masters. Let me share something with you. Across the country, Not a lot of blacks are in library science. When you get racist librarians who hate black history, a lot of the black books are purged from the libraries. A lot of these books are sold or discarded. They're sold to build up the funds for underfunded libraries. And so our history is being destroyed in real time, made to disappear. Books that you used to be able to buy for $1 are now 1,000, 400, $100. Things that I can refer you to, the Kerner Commission study. If you can get a copy for $20 or $30 or $50 or $100, you're lucky. They used to be 50 cents, used to be $2 a buck. Advice Among Masters. How'd y'all like that? I'm about to do another book. I hope y'all don't mind me doing a chapter at a time. Y'all like this? Who likes this? I want some likes up here. Y'all give me some likes. I earned them. I have a book on feminists. I have this feminist book. I want to do something on, because that was all white male. And what we have to do is show what feminists are really about. Y'all can't even see the book I just put in here. Y'all want me to give the feminists some? Should the feminists be embarrassed? Let me change my seat and let me turn this heat down, because now it's so hot. Let me see. Hold on. How y'all doing? The Republicans, it doesn't matter the party. It isn't the political parties. The real thing is, what's the collective will of organized, mobilized black people before black people? It's what we will do for each other. Nobody else is going to do it for us. I don't know why that doesn't make sense to us. Okay? Y'all ready? What time? Oh, it's 11:27. I think I can do this for another few hours. And let me see. Let me change the light settings. I'm going to read a little. I've got a couple of these really good books. But I've been wanting this book for over 40 years. I want to thank you, all the folks that donated, even the people that gave $2 and $3. It took a long time. If y'all want me to read more, y'all want me to read a little bit more from this? I want to read the religious shit. Can I do something from the religion? I won't do the whole thing. Can I read something from the religion chapter? What you guys say? Because this religion shit, that's I'm a religious Negro. I come from preachers, but by the way, I'm gonna tell you guys a trade secret. A lot of preachers do cocaine. And so I used to think when the preachers had all the white salt and shit in their clothes, I thought it was, was sweat. Some of that shit's coke. It's coke. Yeah, I'm a snitch on that. I don't like crooked ass preachers. I can't even hold that shit back. I mean, just go off on some preachers in here. Betraying our people. If our people be getting proper moral instruction, they would stand up. They say no to some of this shit. It don't take much. Well, let me see. Because religion is how they control and justify shit. Let me see how long this chapter's not too long. This stuff is, it's good to me. I could do this. I'm going to do one more chapter. Let me adjust the light. Let me adjust my light in here, because I don't like this fluorescent light. It annoys me. And yes, Lord, I have some incredible stuff. I feel like doing, oh my God. Let me see, I got a couple of these. And I hope you like this new system where I don't read the whole book, because it can get tired. Let me see, I'm going to get some other books that are anti-feminist. I love anti-feminist books. Oh, God. I'm so tired of dumbass women running after feminists. Don't give a shit about black women. Dumbass black women running after these hoes. Hate our guts. Okay. And y'all need to know the Angry Black Men's Book Club is going to be talking. Hey, Brother Mizell. Hello to everybody. You guys, can I do a song? Should I do a song? Y'all want me to do a song so we can like break it up because that was miserable. I want you guys to feel better. Um, I know. I mean, this miserable as hell. I get it. Um, and let me see. I'm gonna put my GoFundMe in because yeah, I gotta do something, man. When I went in today, man, they gave me some rough ass news on my mom, man. That's like wild. It's crazy. That's one of the reasons I gotta do this. I was told by my doctor part of my healing from cancer is to do things that I enjoy doing. And you have no idea how much I miss doing this. I was miserable. I'd get depressed. I buy these books and want to share it. I enjoyed teaching to the people that wanted to learn. I had adult learners. It was so cool. They weren't like the dumbass young black people that don't get it. Um, and the adult learners was so wonderful. My biggest problem was the people kept accusing me of this one woman told me I made her into racist against white people. And I told her I don't even say stuff like that about white folks. I'm talking to y'all straight. Anybody knows me, I talk the same to everybody. White, black, I can't deal, I hate racism. I don't hate people. I don't want anybody to hate anyone. If I had it my way, everybody would like each other. But that's not the way it is. So I'm putting up my GoFundMe. They gave me this crazy ass story about what my mother's situation was. That's my GoFundMe. And I appreciate it because you guys need to know folks were good to me. Um, we were able, my God, to put out like $2,000 in copays and out of pocket shit. It's when you're on a fixed income and all this crazy shit happens, you got to like pay for it. So that's my GoFundMe. Please share that around moderators. It's on my StreamYard. Um, that is, share that with people. Um, I'm either taking care of my mother or I'm investing in material to share with you. Pray for me to be well enough to share all the books that I can. And I want to do this as often as I can. I also want to let people know you can always email me. It's about to warm up. Once it stays consistently above, say, 65 degrees, I am down for doing genealogical research for you guys. And because people have been good to me, if people want me to do research for them, I'm going to have a sale, a special. All you have to do is let me know that you subscribe to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. And if you're an ABMBC subscriber, I will be down for doing genealogical research for people at less than what I ask people for. I really want people to know their families. The answer to a lot of this is for us to put our families together. And I don't care if your family's white. I don't care what people need to know who they are, who they're connected to. And we better come together because the economy could go this recession shit that Trump's talking about. We better know who we're connected to. All you folks from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, Elm City, all you folks from Lincolnton, Georgia, Evans, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, Milledgeville, Georgia, Sandersville, Georgia, Thompson, Georgia, Greensboro, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, Macon, Georgia, Buckeye, Georgia, Dublin, Georgia, Glasscock County, Georgia, all of you from Darlington, South Carolina, all you folks from Southside Virginia, all of you from Southern Maryland, all you Negroes from Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, and Philly, all you Negroes with the name Lancaster and Short in Delaware, all of you folks from Alabama, I got family all over this. We got to come together. The answer is unity of people able to deal with what the problem is. Okay? And so, absolutely, yeah, I want to do a song because trust me, I don't like. Sometimes I read these books and they upset me so much. I don't like. I have black movies and documents. Sometimes I can't watch it. I don't want to walk around angry or hating folk. I just don't want it. I don't want to be bitter. I want to be better. But you got to deal with it. The same way I'm learning family history, some really horrible shit. I had no idea people in my family got killed in Wilmington, North Carolina. That rocked me. I didn't know I had family in East St. Louis where they did a genocide. That rocked me. I didn't know they flooded Little Egypt in North Carolina. That rocked me. Hmm. Right? You follow what I'm saying? This stuff is very unpleasant, but I got to understand why my grandparents were so silent, why they wouldn't talk about stuff. And by the way, when we don't know about these things, we're not really able to process reality because we don't know what it's all about. So, and I'm not trying to introduce you to this stuff to hate anybody. Okay. I'm not like a lot of niggas, I'm 100% African. It's not so. I'm significantly African, of which I'm comfortable. I like it. But I'm just saying, I'm part Russian, I'm part Welsh. Damn, I'm 1% Icelandic. I mean, that shit's crazy. I've even been to Iceland. I accept my humanity, and we black people have lived everywhere. So we should be smarter than other people. And I got to say something. I got to go off on this nigga preacher named Gaither. I don't want people to eat cats or dogs. I love cats and I love dogs. But I've been to Korea and these people eat dogs in Korea and their economy is good. Korea's economy was built up in part by black people and other taxpayers. Haiti has been torn down by America for hundreds of years. These people have been made desperate. Folks making them a minimum wage of 45 cents an hour, what can they afford? Rotten American meat that's withdrawn from our stores is sold in Haiti at a premium. Their farms and things are destroyed by American foreign policy, by USAID and others. And then we beef about how Haitian people make it. And this Bishop Gates is that bald-headed, effeminate acting nigga preach that talks too damn much. Long ass, drone ass voice. Sat up and said some vile shit about Haitians. You're a preacher. You should be advocating that Haitian people that came through American policy the right way shouldn't be treated like the people who came here illegally. If there's any group of black people in the country that should be here, especially if they came in the right way, Haitians, America has done everything it could to destroy Haiti from the 1790s to now. I'm not trying to say Haitians all get it. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I got a lot of friends. In fact, a lot of us have Haitian roots. I do. Friends do. I don't hate people from Haiti. I don't want anyone eating cats or dogs, but I'm going to say this so everybody gets this shit. I love Chinese food. And I'm not certain that it's beef or chicken I've been eating. I like Chinese. My mother craved Chinese food when she was pregnant with me. I probably eat more cats and dogs because I could afford it than any Haitian ever tried to. And all of us who have these little corner greasy spoon Chinese stores have been eating cat and dog and everything else for years. If it's good for us who are trying to make it, then it's good for the Haitians. And when white folks complain about black people eating cats and dogs, when they've killed the pigs and cut down their coffee trees and destroyed the land, steal their resources, rape their children, take over United Nations people over there to rape. There are 100,000 Haitians who are bastards of soldiers the United States had put in there under Hillary Clinton's whore ass. And you got a problem with someone where their army and their police were dismissed and they were replaced by American funded drug gangs and human traffickers. And we're talking about cats and dogs. What about the damn people in Haiti? What about the uridium that they're stealing? What about out of $13 billion, they didn't build 100 homes? They built hotels for people to rape Haitian children. What about the fact the only country in the world that offered Black people a place to get away from white oppression is Haiti? Um, they did welcome us. President Boyer of Haiti, in defiance of the United States, welcomed Black Americans in. That's why a lot of us have Haitian family. We need to be smarter than we are angry. Even these slave masters talk about being dispassionate in the execution of punishment of slaves. We should be dispassionate when these issues come up. So when you hear me trashing whoever I trash in my songs, Haitians are not on the list of people that I'm tripping off of needing to be sent back. However, they're Haitian gangsters and drug dealers. Yes, their asses should go. But Haitians that came here the right way, Haitians who did things the right way, need to be treated with love and compassion. And actually, Haitians who haven't learned Black Americans' history, you're trifling. You need to understand that a lot of people in America, all of us with family in Louisiana and Southern Alabama and Florida and other places, have Haitian ancestors. And the Dominican Republic, 1 in 10 Dominicans is a descendant of Black Americans. We're more related to people in Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, uh, Barbados, and even Cuba than we are to any other people in the world. I'm not saying that people like us, I get it. We need to figure out what we share in common and how we can at least respect each other. That's the least that you can ask. All the patience and forgiveness that we show white people, and we can't do this for one another. And I'm talking about you foreign Negroes too. You can understand the French who fuck over you in the Banoués in France, and you can't understand Black Americans, French speaking Africans, and crusty people in Britain, you Windrush niggas that they don't even want in England talking this shit to us. We may be the only people that frighten the government of Britain. In fact, we do. The reason you got civil rights in Britain was they saw us burning up America. And right on the heels of the Black civil rights movement, they accorded civil rights to Blacks in Britain and in Canada. We need to know each other's history, and it's trifling that we don't know, that we're not trying. Now, again, for everybody listening, anyone who is so inclined to support the recovery of a mother and son, both of us with advanced stages of cancer. I don't know how the hell that happened, but it did. My GoFundMe is www.gofundme, GoFundMe.com/F/mother, MOTHER -SON HEALING -A community COMMUNITY -call. Send something. Like I said, I gotta pay. There's some stuff I'll be telling you about. So let me say, I would need to do a song. I want to do a song. I just do. I need to do something goofy. I need to do something goofy. I'm gonna do something goofy. Y'all ready for me to do something goofy? I'm trying to think of which one I should do. I'll do some of this. Okay, are y'all ready? I'm gonna just do a little bit of it. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Okay. Are y'all ready? There are 22 people over here, 10 over here, 37 over here. Illegals, illegals. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Illegals. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. You got no green card, you better run. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. You shoplifting grifters running guns. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Hey, Mr. Migrant Man, your ass ain't no vagina. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Hey, hey, Mr. Migrant Man, you're selling kids' vagina. Rednecks won and we gotta go home. Pick 'em up, family the bunch. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. I'm gonna get paid for a bounty, a hunch. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Illegal, illegal. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Illegals. Rednecks come and you gotta go home. Illegals. Illegals. Let's sing together. Rednecks won and we gotta go home. Illegals. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. You got no green card, you got to run. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. You guys selling, you gangsters who are making guns. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Rednecks come and you gotta go home. Y'all like that? So, when they piss you off, just say, Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Hey, Mr. Migrant Man, your ass ain't no vagina. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. I'ma save. I've got two other songs, but how y'all like that? So again, y'all want to do it? Let's do it one more time. Got no green card, you better run. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Illegals. Rednecks won and you gotta go home. Hallelujah. Let me change the light settings. Okay, let me get this done. Oh, look at Fairfax. How you doing, Fairfax? The original Fairfax was black. I don't know if he knows that. Okay, I gotta talk to him one of these days. Hold 1 second. Let me change the lighting. Mm, mm. Y'all ready? Who liked the song? I don't see no likes. Y'all need to sample that shit. Okay, let me do one more thing because this thing is not comfortable to sit on. Give me 1 second here. I think that'll be better. Yes. My behind thanks you. Now, let's read some more of Mr. Breeden. We're going to do some religion. This is cool. I think I may get to this before 12:10. Oh, look at this. This page come out. This book is cheaply bound. That's okay. I'll take it. Mm. This book is not well bound, but I'm thankful for it anyway. I'm in chapter 12 of Breeden. Let me get one more thing. I want to make certain I'm nice and comfortable. Let me get one more thing. Okay. Hold one more second. Whew. Oh my God. Mm. Man, let me make certain. I hate this freaky weather. Mm. Just someone tells paranoid. I'm not paranoid. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay, back. I and where I put my eyes? My eyes are here. Whew. Okay, and I just got this one. This cost me a whole bunch, but I finally got my copy of Slavery by Another Name. When I get through doing the women's stuff, we're gonna be talking about Reconstruction, racism, self-defense, all of that. This is a really good book, Slavery by Another Name, which basically for all the people say, oh, well, slavery ended 100 years ago. Bullshit. I have an ancestor that white people took down in I think Wilkes County, Georgia. God, that's not neat. I'm just trying to be warm. I don't care how it looks. I had an ancestor who was a woman, and some white folks just took her. Just we want this nigga. They took her and was separated from her family, and no one ever knew. I found her in the census, not far, but no people are afraid to find because they'd probably come kill you if you complain. And she was someone's slave. This is in the 1940s, okay, maybe into the 50s. They came, they took, and that's just how it is. So when people say slavery ended in the 1865, bullshit. I had people who were slaves in my family in the 1950s in Georgia. Not all my family, but a branch of my family. A lot of us had folks who basically still slaves in places like Louisiana, Mississippi, and folks say, "Oh, reparations has been so many." Not for all of us. Slavery by Another Name is a classic. So part of what we'll be doing in the Angry Black Men's Book Club is looking at things like self-defense, reparations. I'm going to start trying to do this on Sunday, is talking about religious topics. One book I got, which all the confused Negroes that grew up going to church with stupid ass black pastors who never told the truth. This is a good book called Jesus in the Talmud by Peter Schaefer. And y'all don't know what the hell Judaism is. You need to know about the Talmud, especially what it says about Jesus. The next time someone calls you a name, I'm going to take some readings from this. Y'all will be different once you understand what the Talmud says about Jesus. Don't blame me. I'm not judging anyone. I'm just taking about what people say. Worthwhile book. So I'll try to do that Sunday, and I'll probably do something on feminism. All right. I'm just giving announcements. Please don't get mad at me. And we're going to do this for a while. See, I took those drugs. I feel better. And thank God for drugs. He used them the right way. So, Slavery by Another Name by Douglas Blackman. And the subtitle is The Re-Enslavement of Black Americans from the Civil War to World War II. There's a thing called peonage. They would even murder black people to cover up the fact that they had slaves. There's a case in Alabama where they drowned maybe about 20 black people to cover up the fact that they had blacks enslaved. They murdered them. Nobody really got in trouble for it. And I'm probably going to try to do something on Ulithi, Florida, where hundreds of black American soldiers in the Union Army were massacred, and nothing's been done. There's nothing done about it. Nothing. This is the kind of thing DeSantis and them don't want you to know. And to this day, white people have celebrations on top of the remains of these blacks that were butchered. Nothing was done. No one got in trouble. The history of this country is very bloody. It's very ugly. It's shameful. And this is why we don't entertain any comments from racists from anywhere that beef and bitch about us talking about this intelligently, going to the sources, not going by opinion. For anybody that has Amazon Prime, treat yourself to this film. I bought a copy. It's called The Soundtrack of a Coup d'etat. It shows how the US government used Black entertainers to destroy the government of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo. And it's, again, Soundtrack of a Coup d'etat. It's on Amazon Prime, or you can get a copy for a DVD for about $13 on Amazon. The Soundtrack of a Coup d'etat. You want me to type this up there? Because I know a lot of our people don't listen. It's a shame. Some of y'all asses, I don't know how you got through school. When I was in school, sometimes the teachers would say it once, if you didn't get it, fuck you. They've made people really dumb where you have to repeat and write everything. If you're that slow, you need to get faster. The teachers sometimes may mention a piece of a name of a book or a title, and they'll say Breeden. That's a Slave Advice Among Masters, a book I'm reading from. It was mentioned once the entire time I was in the university. I took notes, remember this book, and try to find it. And the teacher to make it available, and they didn't do Xerox handouts. Mention it. If you find it, it's your problem. If you don't find it, it's your problem. You go to the card catalog and look. You guys can go on your phone, put Advice Among Masters, find a copy. We have no reason to be ignorant or backwards today. Information's in your hands, but what's not in our hands is a will to be free and empowered by knowledge. Let me type this up here for all of the weak-minded people who need everything to be said 10 and 12 times, and you motherfuckers are coming late. I'm not. This isn't school. When I was a teacher, let me just tell you, sorry-ass Black students. They come to class 30 minutes late and ask you to start it because they didn't come on time. Fuck you. This is recorded so you can watch the whole damn thing. I don't repeat myself. I don't do recaps. And you don't pay for it. Most of you don't give anything anyway. I'm not worried about it. But for those that do, thank you. You can always go back and replay it. Ask me to go back and repeat all the shit I said. I've been at this for 2.5 hours. Oh, God. Cat, leave me the hell alone. You need to get a boyfriend. You have one that keeps busting your nose. And you've eaten. Yeah, you have eaten. Don't sass me. I'm going to put this up here. And that's the DVD. This is a film that you guys, it's called Soundtrack to a Coup d'etat. That's what I'm holding up here. It's a good film. If you want to understand the genocide that's going on in the Congo, it's the background to it. It's never ended. I highly recommend you watch this. It's put out by Kino Lorber Films. Johann Gimon Press made the film. I just put it up there for you to see. Without further ado, and let me see, I'm going to give 2 more titles, things I have coming in. This I had to get from the communist publisher called International Publishers. This is called Armed Struggle, the Panthers and Communists, Black Nationalists and Liberals in Southern California through the 60s and 70s. This is talking about armed struggle from the perspective of our communist historian, Gerald Horne. Look at how thick this is. I have a lot of Gerald Horne's books. I'm not a communist, but you can always learn from everybody. I read racists and everybody else. I can read a communist person. So you'll find this worthwhile. Gerald Horne is a fine leftist historian. He has a lot of stuff that's worth reading. Okay? But this is a book that you won't hear about. This is why we have this push books. I don't want Armed Struggle. Another really nice book, if you can find, since you want a primary source, this is a book called The United States Governed by 600,000 Despots by John Swanson Jacobs. This is a book written from a series of articles about an escaped slave that made it to Australia. And This is something you can get on Amazon. Again, if you ever have a question about anything I'm talking about, you can always write me at DrRandyShort at gmail.com. I do give advisement. If you're interested in doing genealogy, especially once it gets above 65 degrees, which I think towards the end of this month, I'm reopening my genealogical research because now it's warm. I don't have to worry about getting sick. And we're going to have the Angry Black Man Book Club discount sale special. And that's going to be fun. I'll talk to you about that later. Now we're in religious instruction. Do I need some liquid refreshment? Yes. I'm going to give myself another whack of orange juice. Yes, I am. And again, this is advice among masters. Oh, yes, I am. Oh, shoot. Chapter 12, Religious Instructions. And let me do a couple more of these before I get into this. And since I'm drinking orange juice, I want to remind you guys a book that I'm going to read from eventually. It's called Devil in the Grove. I keep mentioning it. It's by Gilbert King. It's a fine white historian that has a bunch of books about how badly treated blacks are in Florida. If you wonder why nasty, crusty DeSantis is always complaining about history. Gilbert King has another book, talks about a black child who was like mildly retarded, who was accused of a rape and executed. Wow. And all in Florida. You want to understand what's going on in Florida. Another book that used to be super hard to get. You can get copies now. It's called Before Its Time. The first martyr of the civil rights movement wasn't John Lewis. It was Harry and Harrietta Moore, blown up Christmas Day, 1951. The NAACP used him as a fundraiser. Before his time, he was got 100,000 blacks registered to vote in Florida, and they murdered him and his wife. They blew up the whole house with the men, never convicted the people. So I'll be looking at Florida, Pennsylvania, critical places in the country. I'm just putting this stuff out here. I want you guys to know. And let me see. I got a couple other things I want to whip out. Yeah, I want to, again, bring a couple of books to you guys' attention. If you can get used copies, this Routledge series, I mentioned one before, it's a good one. Killing African Americans, get used copies. When I get donations, I try to get the least expensive book I can, stretch the generosity of my dear supporters. Killing African Americans, police and vigilante violence as a racial control mechanism. This is New Critical Viewpoints on Society series from Routledge Press. This is from England. They have another one, Racism in the Neoliberal Era, a meta-history of elite white power. I just got this, and it's paperback. I paid almost $50 for this. I'm going to be reading from this soon. I may start doing social justice stuff and religion on Sundays. Got to get this stamina back up. And another nut series, I've done this before, Violence Against Black Bodies, an intersectional analysis of how Black lives continue to matter. Okay, and anything that I put up here, you can always ask me about. Okay, that was my favorite activity with my mentors, as we would talk about books. And I got two more. This is something I've got to read from. FBI's talks about how Gay Edgar Hoover, the little mulatto director of the FBI, who helped kill Dr. King and Malcolm X and others, how they manipulated LGBT and other Black folks to control the intellectual writings and thoughts of Black people. The FBI, yes, people are very concerned about Black culture. The intelligence community is involved in Black art and music and movies to manipulate us. It's not just the FBI, the CIA, and others are involved. Same way they stimulate violence in Black music and degeneracy in Black music. This has been going on for over a century, and it's always happened. In fact, proof of that is the assassination of one of the earliest people assassinated for writing. I have a copy of this. This is David Walker's Appeal, written in 1827, 1829, thereabout. I'm going to read some of this as well. So I've been just like collecting, purchasing, building up, and I got one more book, and I'll get to our chapter 12. Papers on interracial problems communicated to the First Universal Racist Congress held in the University of London, July 26th through 29th, 1911. A lot of what has hijacked Pan-Africanism started in 1911. Other people who came into Pan-Africanism long after Black Americans had had it as in the early 1800s and made it for everybody. And in reality, we pioneered it, and these folks didn't even include us. And that's part of what it is. If you've ever dealt with people and you're doing international shit, they never want to deal with the Black American situation. That includes Africans and Caribbeans. Just going to call your asses out. And that started back in 1911. Okay. So it's been over 100 years. So everyone talk about tethers and shit. It started in 1911. 1911, people. We've been dealing with this bullshit for a long time. We're finally waking up. We have to stop being so slow as Black Americans. And I'm not mad, and I'm not against people coming together. But this is involving everybody and lift up everybody and all this kind of stuff. Notice universal races, another word for people of color. We're contending with other forces that wish to get our effort, but are not interested in our struggle. Without further ado, I hope you guys enjoy this information that I'm sharing. Let me get into Religious Instruction, Chapter 12 of Advice Among Masters, edited by Breeden in 1980. As owners of slaves are to some extent responsible for their morals, it behooves them, yea, it is their imperative duty, while providing for their bodily comforts, to impress their minds with the importance of observing as far as they are capable, the precepts of the Bible, which have been given to us as a rule of action. Hold on. Wow. Religion, I need to make this clear, that there was always opposition to religious instruction to slaves. What people got was propaganda. People got a fake Christianity to teach people to submit to white sexual abuse, enslavement, selling, all of that's God's will. They weren't given the Bible. I have a copy of the Slave Bible, which is completely manipulated, all kinds of stuff removed from the Bible as to brainwash people. Whenever you listen to this, understand that these people are pathological liars. Now, let me read. Religious instruction served two related purposes on the Southern plantation. It was a means of teaching slaves morality and obedience, and thereby enhancing the master's social control, not Christian morals or values or how they should be treated. And to this day, Black churches teach obedience and social control, not liberation, not group uplift, not empowerment. The black church, as it's presently constituted as a Ponzi scheme business, T.D. Jakes and Jamal Bryant being gross examples. These people are teaching us to be submitted to one political party or the other, or one agenda or the other. They get paid on the backside by whites who use these people as agents of social control, not of the gospel, not of holiness, not of freedom or justice or service of the poor. Do not participate in Jamal Bryant's boycotts. And Lent, the 40-day period, is pagan. It has nothing to do with the Bible. It's purely satanic. And of course, that's all Jamal Bryant can bring forward anyway. He's sorry, so is his mom. I'll read it again. Religious instruction served two related purposes on Southern plantations. It was a means of teaching slaves morality. And whose morality? Racist, white supremacist morality. And obedience to what the Fourth said, and thereby enhancing the master's social control. Writers on slave management repeatedly emphasized the former as the master's Christian duty, but rarely called attention to the latter. Most of the discussion of slave religion was concerned with its content, but was not concerned with its content, but rather with the most effective means of religious instruction. A mixed picture evident in this chapter's reading emerged. As in the case of healthcare, the approach adopted tended to depend on the perspective of the particular master and the number of slaves involved. On some plantations, there were regularly scheduled services. On others, religion was left to the slave populations. Some masters allowed religious instruction to be conducted only by trained ministers, translation, white ministers. On some plantations, services were held in the quarters, aka slave quarters, and in others, there were slave churches. Get that, a slave church. What do you think they taught people in the slave church? They taught people to be slaves, and that's the beginning of the grifter, liar, Reverend Chicken Bone nigger preachers that we have today. People who serve white supremacy life while faking that they're spiritual leaders and guides of Black Americans. It never was the case. No damn good. Some masters, again, permitted slaves to choose their spiritual leaders. On some plantations, okay, here we go. To many of these writers, the ideal method for the religious training of slaves was the oral instruction conducted by the master or minister in the form of catechisms prepared explicitly for this purpose. Catechisms are basically pro-slavery, anti-Black slogans couched in religious-sounding talk, like slaves obey your masters and all this other kind of stuff. That is foundational for much of what Black stupid people think is the Christian religion. If you don't read the Bible and study it for yourself, if you grew up in the church with some dumb fuck collard green eating and cornbread eating preacher who's ignorant, who's probably screwing everyone's wife and all the kids in the church are his, that ain't Christianity. That's slave culture, 21st century. We've never had a uniform system of true Christian practice in the Black community. It would have never been tolerated by white folks. And it would have been feared by free Black people who don't want to make white folks angry. And you get rare instances of a Denmark VC or a Nat Turner, some of these people, but for the most part, the same way most Black churches were against Dr. King and civil rights and everything, Black people who are religious, so-called religious leaders, have typically been against the people. It's really a good part-time job. Tax-free money and free pussy. I mean, it's a great incentive. In fact, it's easier to make in the church than in show business. Okay. A planter in 1837 wrote, "If there be a church in the vicinity of the planter's residence, he should oblige all of his Negroes to attend it at least once a week. It has an excellent effect. Most Negroes take Sunday as their day of visiting, and if not unfrequently happens, they do more mischief on that day by colleaguing or gathering themselves than on any other. In other words, church is a form of social control. You can watch them. If you don't see, it's not about their souls. It's we need to know where all the niggas are. They have them in church. Let them scream and shout. We can watch them. Now, the attendance upon the church permits them to meet their friends and relatives there, and at the same time, it keeps them out of mischief. It is rare that anyone can attend a house of religious worship without gaining some wholesome information. In other words, churches serve as a precursor to the FBI and Bossy in New York and Black Death. These are agencies within police departments that spy on Black people. The church has always been the fake Black church, which is most of them, has always served to oppress Black people. It's not Jesus in the Bible. It isn't the Bible itself. It's crooked, liar, grifter, nigger preachers, and also lying, whore-ass, stud-like evangelists, and other people practicing juju and everything else, calling it Christianity. White folk haven't practiced Christianity towards Black people, and crooked Black folks, often under the Masons or the Boule today, don't practice it either. Black folks consider themselves to be Christians and don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. And I put the title up. I'm going to have to excoriate, please. When I read a book, I'm now taking the time to put the title on the screen. If people are too lazy to read it, you need spiritual help. Right? Y'all can see it. Advice among masters. So they gain wholesome information, which means the pastor that you confess shit to goes back and tells master for extra butter biscuits and privileges. Black preachers, a lot of them have always been agents of social control of white supremacy. And the slave will generally learn at such places the reasons which sanction the master to exact of him his respective duties. In other words, the church teaches them to be slaves. The church does not teach them love neighbor as self, a workman's worthy of his hire. That's not what's taught. You don't even have this now. You don't see Black churches fighting for the minimum wage to be increased. No, you don't. Where are they? They want their 10%, and they don't give a fuck how you get it. I would never attend such a church. I would never tithe to such a church. If you go to a church and they're not actively engaged in trying to help Black people, you should never go there. If everybody left the fake ass Black churches, those Negroes wouldn't be able to pay for their Bentleys and their jets and send their kids to private schools, and they wouldn't be able to live in gated communities when you're homeless. We need a rebellion against the crooked, no good Black pastors just like the Boule. We need an anti-clerical movement against no good Black preachers. None of them should have any money. In fact, COVID's one of the best things that ever happened to the Black church. It shut a lot of those fucking holy juke joints down. Let the church say amen. A Mississippi editor wrote, "The fanatics of the North and foreign countries have no idea the deep anxiety entertained by our planets upon the subject announced at the head of this article, the moral culture of slaves. The slaves on our large plantations are not regarded by us as so many beasts of burden or dumb brutes, as is falsely stated, but they are regarded by the owner provided he be an intelligent and upright man. But then again, you're qualifying. How many of them are intelligent and upright? As moral beings whose welfare, both mental and bodily, are entrusted to his charge by an all-wise providence. In other words, God made slavery. And these good, righteous, holy men of God who would never have sex with their slaves or beat anyone are here to make certain that these people are ushered into heaven after working for no pay. To him, they look up not only for food and clothing, but for such instruction by precept and example as will give a stamp, either for good or evil, to their character. Principles, either salutatory or pernicious, are at the foundation of all conduct, and even slaves may be taught to do right on principle. Let no one sneer at this, for it is among the colored race to say whether we utter anything absurd, nay, whether we tell not that which is clear as the sunbeam, that a Negro can, by proper instruction, be taught to act right from principle. Act right for them means do whatever they're told. This being premise, which we have no doubt will be admitted by all of our readers, the question arises, of course, will be solved in many different ways. That is, how shall the minds of slaves be operated upon so as to instill into them correct principles of action? On this subject, we have reflected much, and we have inquired much of those who've had the best opportunities of judging. And the result is that we are confirmed more strongly than ever in the opinion that we have long entertained. The best way to operate upon their minds is through religious truth. The reason of our opinions, it is hardly necessary to give, we presume, for we think the most of our readers are men who believe and acknowledge the divine origin of Scripture. The great duty, then, to be performed is not to convince Mississippians of the importance of instructing their slaves in the principles of religion, but to point out the best methods. Here, happily, we are not left in the dark to grope our way with untried theories, for many planners, both in this state and in Louisiana, have long been pursuing a systematic plan in this matter, and, as we're happy to learn, with the most pleasing results. Indeed, so far back as 1835, when the lamentable excitement took place in the country as a consequence of the mad schemes of the Negro's worst enemy, abolitionism, measures were in extensive progress on many of our plantations, which bade to fair to produce highly beneficial effects upon our Black population. But the benevolent schemes of our planters were nipped in the bud, and the amelioration of the moral condition of their servants was set back at least 10 years. What is he saying? After Nat Turner, folk didn't want any religious instruction among Black people. The fundamental lie that's being taught by a conscious community, nigger traders in our community, is that Christianity makes people slaves. It's not true. Genuine Christianity, as taught in the Bible, makes people rebellious. Fake Christianity, occultic, white racist supremacy, or Black inferior nigger preacher Christianity teaches subservience. Jim Jones' gospel, T.D. Jakes' gospel, Creflo Dollar gospel, Jamal Bryant gospel, Al Sharpton gospel teaches people to be quiescent and calm, or gay affirming, trans affirming, illegal affirming, help everybody, people of color affirming, or Reverend Barber, that fat, greasy preacher from North Carolina. So they didn't want any religion. It scared the shit out of them. In fact, in certain places, they kill Black preachers. Down where my folks are from, anybody that seemed like they're going to be a religious leader, they were selling and killing them. It was not Christian people. In fact, there is a book, I think his name is Lewis Carroll. Forgive me if I got the name wrong. These people had a description of religious Christian blacks that they couldn't control, that they were sent into Mississippi to be worked to death because they couldn't break them. It was called the Virginia spirit, like it was a disease. These black folks had started reading the Bible that wouldn't do what white people said because it says, "He who the Son of God sets free is free indeed." I don't have to do what you say. They were beating, killing, torturing, sell all their asses. And they forbade anybody white that wasn't vetted by them to talk to anybody black about religion because they lost control of their people. We've had Islam all over our community for 60 years. I don't see anything comparable to what we had in the 1830s. Buddhism, Hinduism, yoga, and you conscious community liars with all your pyramids and shit haven't produced 1% of what a handful of believers did in the 1820s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. Almost better part of 170 years ago did more than what your asses do. And you said that the Bible made them slaves. All of you guys are liars. You're historical liars. And you're going to burn in hell for lying against the gospel, lying against God, lying against scripture, lying against the history of your ancestors, because maybe you are a sodomite or something nasty that you're doing that makes you hate the Bible. And if you're pagan, believe it or not, the Nazis and the white supremacists and all these other people, the feminists, they're all pagans too. You're simply a black version of an amoral, atheistic, Luciferian traitor. Okay, you're either for God or you're against God. That's how it breaks down. That's real Christianity. You're either for freedom and justice for everyone or you're against it. Anything that's saying everybody's to be treated well, fed, if you have a problem with it, you are even worse than the white supremacists. So don't even come to me, all of you fake ass people with your dumb ass, stupid ass. You got some idiot up in New York or something that you listen to. They're liars. They can't back this shit up. You know what backs them up? Ignorant Negroes that don't know anything about the Bible. Well, the Bible's not true. Well, how do you know this Egyptian shit? How do you know? And how do you know it's all canonized? They just found a tomb the other day. There's no true unified anything from antiquity. Not really. The most unified thing that exists is the Bible of all books, whether you like it or not. And for the Muslims that say the Bible's corrupted, with all due respect, Muslims, if the Bible's corrupted, why are 26 of your 27 prophets in the Bible? Why would you take 26 corrupt prophets? Why not just use the holy one that you got? Maybe there's a confidence issue, or maybe there's a scam. Just saying. Let me go back to this. To instruct our Negroes in the truth of the Bible, it is not necessary to teach them to read. That's a lie. The scriptures say, study thyself, approved. A workman not needing to be ashamed, rightly divine the word of truth. The Bible wants you to be able to read. In fact, they enslaved all the white folks in Europe because they couldn't read the Bible. It was in Latin, and they murdered people who put the Bible in the vernacular languages of the European. They wanted to kill Martin Luther. They killed Wycliffe and Tyndale. There's a whole thing about, in fact, a lot of ignorant black people, the ones in jail, disproportionate number of black folks can't read or write. In particular, black men, about 1 out of 2 of us are fucked up in reading. They call it reading comprehension. Either you understand the shit you're reading or you don't. If you don't understand, you're illiterate. Let's deal with this. And it used to be folks were struggling to learn how to read and write. Now, in fact, one of the reasons people want to learn how to read and write is to find out what the Bible actually said. Once we took the whole sacred thing out of reading, and reading is sort of punishment, and I just want to play basketball, I don't want no books. As a teacher, the dumbest ass people of all times, for the most part, were black athletes that felt reading was some kind of punishment. That's why a lot of black athletes are broke. They're dumb as fuck. Can't read. Some stupid Hebrew or a Khazarian steal all their money. And they don't like anybody black that's smart that can read because they don't trust them and end up broke, changing light bulbs because they're tall at some place. Mm-mm-mm. So don't teach them to read. By mere oral instruction, in other words, whatever the hell we say is God's word. This existed in the Catholic Church. By mere oral instruction, they have in many instances become well versed in the doctrinal, preceptive, and especially the historical part of the sacred writings. How could you be accurate if you had a white Jesus? This is a lie. Hold on, let me get my friend out. I love this guy. You're so cool. Isn't he lovely? Psych. Okay. If this is what they were teaching them was historic, it's a lie. You don't even see any Palestinians today that look like this for the most part. There's some Circassians in Syria. You don't see many blonde Palestinians. You would die of skin cancer, as many Khazarians get skin cancer. Israel and Australians have some of the worst cases of skin cancer because they're not environmentally adapted to live in that climate. Just saying. So if they taught you Jews were white and everything in the Bible's white, then you didn't really get the real thing, especially in the historical parts of the sacred writing. Also in the catechisms. Catechisms can have stuff mixed in, so that's not biblical. While in the committing of hymns to memory. So they don't mind Negroes knowing music. A lot of black churches are musical cults. They're biblically illiterate, but they know the gospel top 40. That's a lot of churches, like I said, they're holy juke joints. Learning sacred music and other devotional exercises, their quickness is proverbial. We well recollect hearing a Negro preacher, a slave, many years ago, who went through all the usual clerical exercises with considerable cleverness, giving out his hymns line by line. Line hymns, because the people couldn't read, right? Guide me, O thou great Jehovah, through this barren land. Guide me, O Jehovah, through this barren land. Right? I am weak, but thou art mighty. Guide me with that powerful hand. Guide, right? They didn't have books, couldn't read, so everything's repetition, which means if he was told, Jesus said, eat bullshit and be a dumb nigger, and you repeat it, everybody see they think they're doing something. And by the way, that's how black culture is today. With hip hop, they've learned this. We're all into repetition. It can be stupid shit. Like, what's that song by Fly Red, Throw That Boy Pussy? That nasty thing, Sexy Red, all these other people. This is a culture of slave illiteracy and indoctrination to be degenerate or submissive that we think is keeping it real. No, it's keeping it fake. You're not acting white when you learn how to read and write. You're acting like someone that wants to be free and informed. We thinking black folks need a regime change. We need to take over our community and subordinate and make stupid black people do what we want instead of trying to make them feel comfortable being dumb. Enough of this shit. White people don't let stupid low-class white folks run things. Broke-ass white people in the trailer parks know how to behave themselves. We're the only people that let our scum run wild. I'm trying to show racial solidarity. Bullshit. Get your ass back in your project. Shut the fuck up. Be glad the public's paying for your housing. giving out his hymns line by line, announcing his text, and directing his audience to the chapter and verse, all of this too, listen to this, without using any book and without being able to read if he had one, faking the funk that he actually knew what was in the Bible, which he did not. He's repeating what he was told. He's a parrot. He's a Hakeem Jeffries. He's a Al Green, that caveman, Geico caveman looking Negro from Texas with his Huggy Bear pimp cane who got censored. To us, it would be a most gratifying task to travel around for a while, from plantation to plantation, and those sections where a systematic course of religious instruction is pursued. For we believe that the publication of the facts, which might thus be obtained, would be one of the most acceptable because most profitable services we could perform to the agricultural community. Such a tour, however, is impractical, and we must therefore appeal to others who are conversant with the facts that correspond with us and furnish us for publication with such information and such suggestions in regard to the subject as may benefit the public. And indulging in a lively wish for religious instruction of our servants and the desire to see a solemn duty performed, it is gratifying to know at the same time that we are only urging a measure of interest, the interest of the owners in the community at large, should I say the white community at large. And we earnestly hope that the self-interest, if no other consideration, will open the way for ministers to enter more generally and more frequently with more devotedness upon this interesting field of labor. In 1850, a planter wrote, Negroes should not be allowed to run about over the neighborhood. They should be encouraged to attend church when it is within convenient distance. It's culture that leads many blacks to church, not true Christian conviction or belief. It's culture. That's why you have as many whores and freaks and pimps and predators in church as you do in the nightclub, and they're probably less honest. So you're going to church because basically the white people said you should go. You're not in church because I love other black people. I'm looking for God. I want to serve and uplift. Maybe some, but we couldn't have the same rates of AIDS and divorce and bastards out of wedlock and folks in jail and the absence of concern for the poor and issues of health and homelessness and illiteracy and human trafficking and all the other ills that afflict us. If these churches did for us what white churches, Hispanic church, everybody else's institution of faith builds them up. Ours, for the most part, tears us down, exploits us, and takes the wealth out. In fact, they put their money in white banks and go to black banks for loans to build their churches. That's what they do in DC. Imagine, we give our money to white people and we ask black folks to invest in us. This is some silly shit that black folks are on. It's criminal. I'm going to keep saying it. I don't care who likes me. Again, Negroes should not be allowed to run all over the neighborhood. They should be encouraged to attend church when it's within convenient distance, where there are pious Negroes. In other words, religious coons who believe in white Jesus that do what we tell them to do, who accept white supremacy, right? They're pious Negroes on a plantation who are so disposed. They should be allowed and encouraged to hold prayer meetings among themselves. And where the number is too great to be accommodated in one Negro houses, they should have a separate building for the purposes of worship. Where it can be done, the services of the minister should be procured for their special benefit by having the appointment for preaching at noon during Sunday and at night during winter. The preacher could consult his own convenience as the day of the week without the least interfering with the duties of the farm. In other words, religious such is to help facilitate slave labor, not the saving of souls. Social control, not the saving of souls. Not even teaching people really what God is about. which is why a lot of fake ass black people. I used to be a Christian. I'm a nigger Muslim now. You never were a Christian. You never knew what you're talking about. And when you tell me all the horrors you experienced with crooked ass preachers, if you knew the Bible, your ass wouldn't have stayed there. You would have known to get the hell away from them. Your family went there. Maybe there was better pussy in the church than the club. They often have food that's bad for you, but it's free. Okay, let's just talk about church culture. It's full of shit. It isn't God. It's not salvation. It's not scripture. It's not salvation. It's not prayer. It's not healing. I believe in all that stuff. But there's a difference between bullshit and true faith, or should I say religious bullshit and faith. And most of our people like bullshit. If you have a stupid ass channel, I can get lots of views. Talk about something serious, man, go begging for someone to look at it. Listen to this. A word to those who think and care a little bit more about their own soul or the soul of the Negro, yet desire a good reputation for their children. Children are fond of the company of Negroes not only because of the deference shown them makes them feel perfectly at ease, but the subjects of conversation are on a level with their capacity. In other words, black folks have the mind of children. That's why you call them boy and girl. While the simple tales and the witch and ghost stories so common among the Negroes excite the young imagination and enlist the feelings. If an association with a child becomes familiar with indelicate, vulgar, and lascivious manners and conversation as impression is made upon their minds and heart, which lasts for years, perhaps life, could we in all cases trace the effects to their real causes? I doubt not, but many young men and women of respectable parents and bright prospects who have been made shipwreck of all their earthly hopes have been led the fatal step by the seeds of corruption, which in the days of childhood and youth were sown in their hearts by indelicate and lascivious manners and conversation of their fathers' Negroes. Same ones raped and abused by their father, kids are listening to them talk. So it's the nastiness of black people that pervert white people, not the lasciviousness and abuse of whites that pervert black people. Look at that. Which is why they didn't want rock and roll and hip hop and everything black race music to keep whites pure, keep black stuff out, keep schools segregated. Listen, see how it never changes. If this opinion be correct, an effort to cherish and cultivate feelings and habits of delicacy and morality. In fact, you shouldn't have black folks raising children. Where the hell is Mrs. drinking mint juleps, staring at the groin of the men in the field instead of raising kids? So, little girl raped by their father is raising them. If they ask them a question, they answered. That's okay. Sometimes the kids learn how wicked the plantation system is. Let's read between the lines. A little kid asked, the person answered the question, and that ruined them. Cultivate the feelings and habits of delicacy and morality among our Negroes is forcibly urged upon us by a regard for the respectability of our children, to say nothing of the prospects of both child and servant in another world, and our own responsibility when the great master shall require an account of our stewardship. So you mean God's going to ask you whether you taught blacks to be good slaves? They actually believe this shit. I don't know what Bible they're reading, not the one I have. A Georgia planner said, our obligation stop not with starting in good time and working industriously through the day. This is all well, and it has its appropriate reward, but the moral government of Negroes on the farm may not be disregarded. These responsibilities are high and holy and must be met. Who then should care and provide for their wants, if not the master? We should show concern for their interests by proper encouragement and provisions. On large plantations, the better plan is to procure a preacher and provide a house of worship, and see to it that you are not thwarted in these good purposes by the interposition of such difficulties as are sometimes manufactured for the occasion of those in authority who feel more unkindness to these privileges in their hearts than they are willing to utter with their lips. In other words, white folks who could care a damn whether these people are Christian or not. Pick my damn cotton, my tobacco, my indigo, my apples, my peaches, nigga. Jesus, shit. You'll see them when you die. So the fakeness of white folks who say they believe in God, who say, right? What's going on with this screen? Who say that they're doing this stuff? Why is this thing so dark? Hold on 1 second. There you go. Oh, wait a minute. This thing isn't charging. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to swap this over here. 1 sec. There we go. Swap this out. Okay. Mm-mm. And this thing may go out. I'm wondering what's going on with this. One of these is going. One may go off, but that's okay. Okay, one of these channels went off. Let everybody know they can come to the StreamYard. For some reason, the battery wouldn't charge. That's strange. Oh, this phone got hot. I don't know what that's about, people. But anyway, let me just go ahead and see if it'll charge. Sorry about that. It happens. Let me see if this will charge over here. Okay. For some reason, the charger wasn't getting it up. Sorry about that. Let me keep going. Old Satan has many devices for cheating white folks and Negroes too, and he's always in trouble whenever you set about the work of religious instruction to Negroes. Quote, you'll spoil them, everyone. Listen to this. Listen to excuse for why you don't give religious instruction to black people. Listen to this for all the fake conscious community assholes out there that are teaching that Jesus makes black people weak. Oh, the Christian Bible made us slaves. They put Bibles in their hand and made everybody want to kiss white people's ass. Oh, I'm so sick of this lie. It's a damned lie, people. Quote, you'll despoil them. Here's a quote of what the masses were saying. You'll spoil them, every one. Breed, rebellion, and fire, and bloodshed. Why do the masses think religion would make people, right, breed violence? Why? You mean the conscious community people said the Bible just makes blacks just accept whatever happened to them because, white Jesus, everything. The masses on the plantation didn't think so. The masses on the plantation considered genuine Christian conversion, again, breed rebellion, fire, and bloodshed. People back then understood the core of resistance to enslavement of black people comes from knowledge of the scripture and the Christian faith. That is foundational for black American culture and resistance. Everything else is sinking sand. All you other Negroes, especially up in New York, and all you little cultist Negroes, you're liars. You're fraudsters. You're agents of the devil. Again, teaching them Christianity, genuine Christianity, even if you gave them bullshit and they read between the lines, bread, rebellion, fire, and bloodshed. Why do you think they have faith-based initiatives to compromise black ministers and churches? Why do you think so?
People who understand the power of God's word know this. For you who are morally bankrupt that don't know that, I pity you. What does the master say? Because he's talking about the fake Christianity. Don't be alarmed by any such hue and cry. Provide the means. Send them an intelligent white man for their instructor. Let them understand well the duties and obligations of Christianity. In other words, fake racist Christianity. Teach them to kiss ass. Teach them to do what we say do. That's God's will. Picking my cotton, giving me a blowjob, having my bastards and keeping a secret from the missus. That's your Christian duty. Again, the obligations of Christianity, that their lives are to be conformed to its divine precepts. And I will be responsible for all the damage. If no good results, you will be clear. But good will be done. If we should not be moved by higher considerations and should only look to the interests of time, I repeat again, good will be done. It is a testimony of many planners who have had the most experience on this subject. The great benefits that resulted from better labor, increased harmony, more willing obedience, sobriety, honesty, and good order. These things have failed, it is said, and the bad conduct, occasionally, some of the making high professions to have served prejudice the whole, and to call down denunciation upon the whole project is a mere nursery for fanatics, rogues, and hypocrites, etc. These are not the opinions always of those who know of what they're speaking. I'm not sure that some of those who claim to have tried the experiment, pronounced it a failure, and have excused themselves from further effort have been as honest as a man ought to be, whose very motives are to be seen and judged in the last day. They may have hoped for too much or for fruit too soon. Much patience and long training will be necessary, and then let charity throw a veil over its multitude of little failures growing out of the ignorance and weakness of these people. The ignorance and weaknesses of Black people, okay? And still hope and work on. In other words, we can make good niggas, slaves out of them. We just need fake Christianity. Just keep on them. In 1851, another white minister said, if we're under the obligation to study and promote the welfare and happiness of our slaves, viewed simply as animals in our property, how much greater is it our responsibility when we view them as immortal beings, descended from the same ancestry as ourselves and tending the same bourne from whence no traveler returns. I've been astonished to find many planners of high moral pretensions and even professors of our holy Christianity who keep their blacks shut out almost entirely from the privileges of the gospel. On the subject, they are ready with one consent to make excuses. Says one, here are meeting houses in the neighborhood. My Negroes can attend there and hear the gospel. Yes, 'tis true, they may go to meeting if you will let them. At least semi-occasionally, and stand outside the door and hear the sermons through the wall, or if seated within, surveillance. The churches have always been monitored. Social control. As it's frequently the case, the sermons commonly delivered to congregations of whites are about as intelligible Negroes as so much Latin is or Greek. In other words, Black people are too stupid to really get intelligent biblical teaching, intelligent Christian talk. That's what, hey, God say, yeah, God want to use you, let him use you. Right? That's not teaching people the scripture. It may feel good. And somebody said, Nora,
on the ark with the animals. I don't know what they did with the dookie out the donkey. I don't know. But for the day, for the night, right? I'm not saying that that story is not there, but certain things that masqueraded as true biblical teaching was basically what I call entertainment, as much of Black religion, not Black Christianity, at masquerading as Christianity. It's got Christian themes, but I mean, there are a lot of cults with Christian themes. So again, bullshit, fake ass Christianity. Okay. All right. It's what was built up. And by the way, that's foundational. There's a true Black church and a fake one. Like there's a real Christianity, there's a fake one. The question is, are you a fake one? Are you angry with the fake one? Therefore, sort of like a woman, she gets hurt, so she hates all men. You went and dealt with some stupid ass, fake ass people, and therefore you decided to cast dispersion on all of it because you didn't discern the difference between what's good and what's bad. Shame on you. They judge a sermon by the strength of the preacher's lungs. In other words, all that bullshit talk. And hey, I heard him say, amen, 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 right? The preacher's lungs and the amount of noise he makes. Negroes ought to be preached on the plantation by a man who can adapt his language and style to suit their capacity, which he's saying is inferior. Black people are stupid, so they need a stupid, debased form of Christianity, which we've got. Jamal Bryant's a good example. But says another, preaching does them no good. For there's my old Tom, Dick, or Harry, who make great pretensions to religion, and not long since was caught stealing. Now, does this not at once show the necessity of correct religious instruction? This has doubtless been the effect of improper notions of the true nature and the requirements of the Christian religion imbibed perhaps in infancy. The fact is, man is naturally a religious being, and in the absence of true religion, is sure to embrace the false, which is in the Negro too often but a tissue of ignorance and superstition combined. Another fact, equally notorious, is that on every large plantation of Negroes, there is one among them who holds a kind of magical sway over the minds and opinions of the rest, T.D. Jakes, Jamal Bryant. To him, they look as their oracle, though most generally a preacher is, in 99 cases out of 100, the most consummate villain and hypocrite on the premises, aka Reverend Chicken Bone, a nigger preacher, Reverend Barbecue, right? It is more likely that he has seen miraculous visions equal to those to John on the Isle of Patmos. Angels have talked to him, etc., etc. The influence of such a Negro in a quarter is incalculable. He steals his master's pigs and is still an object commanding a particular regard of heaven. And why not his disciples? It may be in most cases this influence is on an obstacle in the way of the missionary that he can accomplish, but little unless his preaching is in unison with the theology of his sage old doctor of divinity. These things show the importance of using every effort within our reach to counteract the influences and to have properly instructed the true doctrines and precepts of Christianity, though but little may be done for adults, much may be done and is doing for the little ones by the use of Dr. Capers' catechisms orally taught. I have frequently found little darkies who could readily answer every question in the catechism, though they did not know one letter of the alphabet from another. I sincerely hope the day is near at hand when every planter who has sufficient number of hands to justify it will have preaching as regularly on his quarter as any other plantation duty is attended to. The practice among those planters who have the labor of the missionary differ. Some enjoin on every Negro to attend preaching, while others leave it optionary with them either to attend or not as their feelings may dictate. Some prefer preaching in the week, while others must have it on Sunday or not at all. My opinion, gathered from observation and experience, is that when preaching is had on a plantation for the benefit of Negroes, they should require to observe as strict punctuality in their attendance as feeding the mules they plow. Preaching ought to enter into and constitute a part of the general regulations and discipline of the place, and in its turn be as much a matter of course business as anything else. I'm opposed to weekday preaching for Negroes. Coming in from work with dirty clothes on, they can scarcely wait to hear the text announced until most of them are asleep. Then the hurry, especially if the crop is grassy, cramps the preacher, makes him feel like an intruder upon the time the overseer considers his own. But go to a well-regulated quarter on Sunday where preaching is expected, and you'll find the hands dressed out in their best bib and tucker and promenading the street at a moment's warning to assemble for preaching. All look lively and cheerful. The contrast is great. And yet there's some Negroes who make it a settled point to sleep during sermons, whether it's on Sunday or not. Mississippi planter, I also employ a good preacher who regularly preaches to them on Sabbath day. And it is made the duty of everyone to come up in clean, decent place of worship. As Father Garrett regularly calls on Brother Abram, a foreman of prayer meetings, to close exercises, he gives out and sings hymns with much unction and always cocks his eyes at Charlie the fiddler, as much to say, "Old fella, you had your time last night, now it is mine." The contrast between the juke joint nigger and the holy juke joint. So you had Saturday, I got Sunday. Okay, which means there's always been a conflict between the dick hop people and the nigger preachers. They're basically just two wings of the same black inferiority bird. I would gladly learn every Negro on the place to read the Bible for a fanaticism which, while professes friendship to the Negro, is keeping a cloud over his mental vision and almost crushing out his hopes of salvation. Y'all good with this? Y'all want me to keep going? I require every servant to be present each Sabbath morning and Sabbath evening at family prayers. In the evening, the master or sometimes a visitor, professor, believer expounds a chapter read. Thus, my servants hear 100 to 200 chapters read every year. Anyhow, one of my servants, a professor, is sometimes called on to close our exercises with prayer. One of my Negroes can read the Bible, and he has a prayer meeting every Sabbath at 4 o'clock p.m. All the Negroes attend regularly, no compulsion being used. A planter in 1856, no nigger preachers but my own will be permitted to preach and remain on any of my places. Regularly appointed minister for my places must preach on Sunday during daylight or quit. Negroes must not be suffered to continue their night meetings beyond 10 o'clock. A South Carolina state official, all wise providence had seen proper, and his justice and mercy to place them here in our midst for our social and practical benefit, among slaves, and for the improvement in morals and religion. So we get free labor and sex and everything. And you know what? We give them Jesus. From a handful of imported 200 years ago, they have increased under our benign system of treatment to over 4 million. They have grown up around our domestic system. It forms the very basis of our wealth. No other form of labor can be substituted instead and produce the same quality of cotton, rice, sugar, and tobacco that is now produced in the slave states. Neither the European or Asiatic could labor on our plantations. They would perish by the thousands, and our lands would become a howling wilderness. History tells us that the only government under which the Negro has ever made any improvement in mind, morals, and religion, and the only government under which he has led a contented and happy life, is under the government and domination of the white races. But they are some sickly sentimentalists at the North who are not only rejudging the justice of heaven, but feign to recreate a universe in order to give the Negro a utopian happiness, which they denied to their white slave and free Negroes who are now going about their streets begging for bread and clothing. We say to the North, pluck the beam under thy own eye and provide for your own slaves. We have been raised up with the institution from childhood, are its best judges. Upon our shoulders rests the responsibility. We are satisfied that there is here by divine appointment, and palsied be the arm that dare attempt to alter the relationship of master and slave. With these facts then before us, it becomes each and every one of us to inquire, what are the best means of increasing and improving the condition of our slaves? After you have provided for the comfort and health of your Negroes, your next and highest duty is to provide for their moral and religious instruction. They are, it is true, your inferiors in mind and in character, and are dependent upon you for all the comforts and happiness they enjoy. But they have a soul to be saved or lost, and it is your duty, as I know it will be your pleasure to have Christ and Him crucified preached unto them. If you have not churches convenient erect on your plantation, a chapel, if you're not able to get your neighbors to unite with you in erecting a house where you and your neighbors with your servants can worship the same God, do not I beseech you to send off your Negroes to worship as they do at the North by themselves. I have known of great mischief to have grown out of such meetings. We have enemies in our midst in sheep's clothing, and it behooves us to be on our guard. When we have done this, I believe God's blessing will rest upon us and in the institution. You talk about slavery. We will flourish like our own green bay tree and bid defiance to the howlings of our enemies at the North, teaching them by example as well as precept to hallow the Sabbath as a day of rest. No duties are required of them except such are indispensable. They are encouraged to attend church and the preaching of the missionary, that no excuse may be had for neglecting Sabbath opportunities. They are liberally supplied with extra suits of clothes for Sunday wear. Within the past 15 years of religious services have been induced generally on the plantations in this district. Many instances of the owners on plantations have engaged the stated services of ministers of the gospel to preach and give instruction to their people. It is very common for the young ladies of the household to have classes on Sunday of the children as well as grown Negroes to whom they give all instruction, texts of scripture, and hymns. A minister of the gospel. Okay, here we go. This is a planner. A minister of the gospel, Episcopal or Methodist, or other the case may be, visit the plantation once in a fortnight, giving lessons and catechisms to the children and preaching to grown Negroes. Numbers of them have joined the church and to the best of their opportunity and ability to practice a Christian life. Look, the best of their opportunity. How can you live a Christian life if you're a slave? There are many communicants, and as it is stated, there are more converts among the Negroes of the South than all the missions of the heathen can boast of. Chapels are provided in several places where they hold their services, affording them a place for the worship of God at home, besides the churches and public places of worship in the country where they are at liberty to go. On one plantation, the communion is administered to 50, about one-third of the grown persons on the place. One minister wrote, I'm almost done. I got a couple more pages. Whatever Carville philosophy may start, African slaves cannot be denied their moral character. Experiments have for generations past been carried on. They're abundantly satisfactory on this point. It is not compatible with their condition that they should adorn the doctrine of God their Savior. The most exceptional specimens of Christianity to be found among them. It would be a thrilling page that should give their history the highest style of regenerated man, and the fitness of the gospel for all classes would be at once admirably shown. Not only is the inward experience answered in every scripture standard, but life has been exemplary, the death happy. Facts are the confutation of the infidel, theories upon this subject. Many Christian masters ready to grant that among his servants are better Christians than him himself. Just in proportion to any fellow creatures are dependent upon us, we are responsible for them. The dependence of servants upon their masters is entire. How entirely are they at your disposal? What is there which they can call their own? Their time, their precious talent, which is to purchase eternity, is all yours. Yours the tender period of infancy, yours the interest of the season of youth, either to improve or neglect. Manhood with all of its strength is yours. Their days of labor and rest are yours. It is for you to say when and where and whether they should meet at all for the worship of God. The teacher of religion can be forbidden on the master's premises, and his servants can be hindered from going to him whenever he erects his stand for instruction. Appropriately under the division of the subject, it may be mentioned that the church is the only possible theater of the slave's ambition. And the state, he cannot rise. Just like in America, Negroes that want to come up, you come up in church, you become a bishop, first lady. I wonder why black churches are like crime families, or little empires, or little rulers that oppress people. They become their own little religious plantations. In the state he cannot rise, in the church he made. To him, the church is eminently a social institution. At the chapel, he makes acquaintance and meets friends. In the meeting, if he be a person of reputation and intelligence, he is accorded a distinction unknown elsewhere. An influence among those of his own color corresponding to his ecclesiastical position attaches to him. White men find an outlet in commerce, in arms, in politics, in letters, or in other fields. Their restless activity may work itself off. The slave is debarred from them all. Those who have preached much and administered church discipline among our slave population will agree that there is a constant tendency among the most intelligent and progressive spirits to lose sight of the simplicity of the gospel and to turn the church organization from its purely spiritual ends to social ones. These facts suggest to ministers and masters not to give spur where the rein may be needed, to prove the candidates for membership, lest their spiritual convictions be superficial and their professions vain, deceiving themselves and others. Religion appears to be the loveliest form where rich and poor, bond and free, meet together, and to a common Father through a common Savior, drinking into one spirit, offer up songs and prayers, and hear what all have equal interest in. The attempt to make services intelligible and interesting to an audience thus composed must ever impart to them excellent qualities of strength and I love this. Okay. Perspicuity. Perspicuity. Simplicity and earnestness.
But wherever this is impracticable, the master, either alone or jointly with his nearest neighbors, ought to make spiritual provision for his servants. A chapel on the roadside should be built for them, in which he and his own family may occasionally sing, stated the supply of religious instruction engaged for. In this thing, numerous noble examples have already been set: a chapel, not a barn, the cotton shed, the sugar house, for these have a workday association, especially when the attendance is compulsory. The servant comes to look upon religious services as part of plantation police. Surprise, surprise. And the preaching the right of an overseer on the roadside, where many several plantations served once. This will be the economy in many particulars. There are there are not ordained ministers enough in the South. If everyone would turn out preaching to the Negroes, to serve in every plantation separately and at home, masters may not like to have their servants going about and mixing with others, but with few exceptions, where several hundreds are gathered at once, they put the religious instruction of their servants by regular ministry of any church upon the impossible conditions, if they insist that it shall be done at their quarters. The congregations of such circumstances are small and dull, and the interest inspired by the number of new faces is wanting, and the services of the minister must be hurried, and he may go on to some other place where he meets another company of a few dozens, and spends a weary day without having accomplished much as might have been done in a few hours at a neighborhood church. If there be any liability to disorder from such gatherings, it may easily be met by an officer of the church whose business is to superintend, or by overseers well disposed may turn to be superintend. Those are spies and sell out butter biscuit coons in the church. Where there's a will, there's a way. Missionaries at great expense, danger, and discomfort cross lands and seas to preach the gospel of the grace of God to heathen Africans in their native country. Shall Christians stand upon a little difficulty and trouble in bringing those Africans and their descendants providentially among us within the sound of the preacher's voice and the influence of the sanctuary? Here opens up a field for usefulness without any of the romance that attaches the missionary labor on the Niger or the Zambezi or the Ganges. It is comparatively inexpensive, simple, and productive, of wide-reaching permanent good. We lead to the catechetical instruction on oral system. Here the mistress or the larger white children may be evangelists. This duty lies near them. Doing it, they shall be blessed in their deed. The fondness of the black race for music is proverbial. It is not uncommon to hear the Negro on some nightly walk through the forest, waking the echoes with sacred song, and perhaps, odd as it may seem, giving out the lines to himself. They are fond of sacred music, especially that which has a chorus. It enlivens them to work as well as worship. As he weeds his row in the field or follows the plow, the Negro's voice may often be heard. I have some hopes up yonder. It is rare to meet with one who does not sing. Line the hymn, their voices will give melody and volume to the high praises of God. The Agricultural Society of Union District, South Carolina. That's the Union County, South Carolina, where Susan Smith killed her two children and blamed the black man. Union District, South Carolina, a few years ago, appointed a committee to report upon the religious culture of servants, especially on its economic bearings. That committee subsequently made their report, which has been published by the Order of the Society. They take the ground that, aside from all considerations drawn from the future world, it is the best policy of the highest interest of the master to afford good religious instruction to his servants. The committee takes the ground that it pays for this world as well as for that which is to come. They say it is the opinion expressed by many gentlemen of the southern states who have the largest experience in the case and are the best entitled to know that religious culture aids greatly in the government and discipline of the slave population.
And the strongest evidence that they can give is the employment of suitable persons as religious instructors at considerable cost every year. The testimony of owners and overseers, so far as we have been able to learn, is constantly in favor of the opinion that the investment is not so great as the actual dividend by the way of improvement. Some of the facts are given stronger sense of duty upon the part of the Negroes to obey, and its reasonableness of feeling to fear and offend against the obligation of religion, especially the fear of being church and expelled for bad behavior. Another person in Alabama wrote, I hold it to be every man's duty to afford Negroes religious instruction of a proper kind. This I have done in some way or the other ever since I've been a planter, and I think it worked well. End of chapter 12. How we doing? See how religion, so a lot of folks say, black people being converted to Christianity. No, they weren't given Christianity. Same way you don't get the weed today that you used to get. You've got genetically modified weed. You're getting weed that mess you up. Everything is weaponized. Weaponized Christianity isn't the same as the true gospel. Stop pretending that. Stop playing games. Stop messing with me. I'm ready to do something else. Y'all want me to keep going? That got good to me. I've got so many things I was thinking of whipping out. I have another one. Man, I got so many of these. What y'all want to do? What y'all want me to do? Where'd I put that book at? Oh, no. I'll find it. Oh, yeah. Let me see what this is. Okay. I'm thinking about this. I like this. It's perusing, looking at. I want to go back to a book I was looking at the other day because I want to read it because let me see if this. Hold on. Yeah, ready? I'm going to do something else. I may have to. I can't find it, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm about to add a banner. This is a book I'm holding up off of. Hold on, I'm going to come back to this.
I'm going to add this. Yeah, ready. I'm ready to drop this. I'm going to go right to chapter 5. Here we go. I think I can at least read 30 some odd minutes. There are 40 some odd people. Oh, yes, we're going to get down. And one of my phones, I don't know. It's weird. It's just beginning to recharge. I don't know what's going on, but that's all right. And I still have, oh my, okay. And I'm going to do another commercial. One of the other books I'm going to whip out for Women's History Month, I love this, Women of the Klan, Racism and Gender in the 1920s by Kathleen M. Blee. You see it? And don't worry, you can always ask me about it. In fact, I pity the people that don't bother. They're too lazy to send an email. There's some lazy ass people. I'm going to just tell you. Um, when I was doing my doctorate, somebody couldn't find anyone to talk to, couldn't get anything. A lot of people are lazy and they think knowledge and all this stuff is just should be free and available. And it's all, everyone's not going to spoon feed you. Okay, good night, Gray Turner. Uh, Um, let me see. All right. And of course, I'm going to show you the. So I've got a selection of 4 different books. I'm going to be doing something. Of course, I'm going to come back and do some more reading today. But I may even add the feminist thing. This was one of the books I was holding up the other day. They were her property. I read the intro to it. I'm going to come back to it. I may read some of it tonight, depending on how I feel. Of course, this is a Harriet Jacobs book. I'm going to chapter 5. I'm going to start there. Again, Women of the Klan. For all the little dumbass black pork chop feminists who think killing babies and running after alliances and shit, you stupid ass women. Stupid, dumb fuck women who become the face. You got white folk ready to go to race war with us over this stupid ass Jasmine Crockett and Maxine Waters. Dumbass women. Stupid ass black women will get a lot of people hurt. Sometimes you need to know when to shut up. And real men, stop telling folks you're a queen. You tell someone to shut up. We need to do that. Yeah, shut up. And this book I read from the other night, Slavery and Sexuality. Yeah, shut up. Some people need to shut up. You didn't hear them talk about reparations. You haven't seen them fight for what we want. Yes. And if you're a female, yeah, you can't speak up for reparations or black political prisoners or human trafficking, and you only move when Nancy Pelosi tells you to do something. Shut up. Stop speaking for us. I mean that. No, come on, you come on. And by the way, who's going to do the fighting? It's going to be black men, and these women selling wolf tickets running their mouths need to be strategic. White women are on code with white men. These stupid pork chop feminists are running with lesbians and other people. They're not on code with us. Black feminists are a danger, and they support almost everything we don't need. And I don't care. I don't need to be friends. I ain't trying to sleep with you. I'm gonna call them like I see them. Black men need to stop begging for acceptance.
Real men don't beg women for acceptance. Either a woman respects you or she doesn't. The book is called Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. It's an old slave narrative by a very fine woman, Harriet Jacobs. And yeah, for Women's History Month, we were talking about, yes. And this month, we're attacking feminism, we're attacking racism and slavery and sexual violence. And you need to ask yourself, how come this stuff isn't being promoted by all these feminists out here? Real talk. You see, I'm going to go to chapter 5. Lord Jesus. I'm Harriet Jacobs, and these chapters are kind of short. So I'm going to probably do about 7, 8 chapters, and then I may do another reading, and then I may stop. Let me see if I can read for at least an hour in this book. And by the way, that book I was talking about, where it was saying when rape was legal and the woman was acting like she was talking about all this stuff as if slaves weren't believing and praying to God to help them to cope with it. Stop letting other people tell you what stop letting people tell you what other people think, what your ancestors went through. It isn't so. They don't know, they weren't there. It's a Jewish woman who doesn't believe in the Bible, that hates Jesus if she's into the Talmud, that thinks Jesus is boiling in a pot of shit. Why would she think Jesus would have any import to an enslaved black woman? Are y'all getting me? I'm trying to figure why this battery's acting up. Okay. Chapter 5, Harriet Jacobs, Trials of Girlhood. I should have a drink. Salute myself for getting through that. Okay, there's no vodka in this. I don't like alcohol. So this is just regular old welfare giant orange juice. I prefer pomegranate juice. It was all sold out. Here we go. Trials of Girlhood, Chapter 5, Harriet Jacobs. Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. During the first 5 years of my service in Dr. Flint's family, I was accustomed to share some indulgences with the children of my mistress. Though this seemed to me no more than right, I was grateful for it and tried to merit the kindness by the faithful discharge of my duties. But now I entered my 15th year, a sad epoch in the life of a slave girl. My master began to whisper foul words in my ear. Young as I was, I could not remain ignorant of their import. I tried to treat them with indifference or contempt. The master's age, my extreme youth, and the fear that his conduct would be reported to my grandmother made him bear this treatment for many months. He was a crafty man and resorted to many means to accomplish his purposes. Sometimes he had stormy, terrific ways that made his victims tremble. Sometimes he assumed a gentleness that he thought must surely subdue. Of the two, I preferred his stormy moods, although they left me trembling. He tried his utmost to corrupt the pure principles that my grandmother had instilled. He peopled my young mind with unclean images, such as only a vile monster could think of. I turned away from him with disgust and hatred, but he was my master. I was compelled to live under the same roof with him, where I saw a man 40 years my senior, daily violating the most sacred commandments of nature. He told me I was his property and that I was subject to his will in all things. My soul revolted against the mean tyranny. But where could I turn for protection? No matter whether a slave girl be as black as ebony, as fair as her mistress, In either case, there's no shadow of law to protect her from insult, from violence, or even death. All these are inflicted by fiends who bear the shape of men. The mistresses who ought to protect the helpless victim has no other feelings towards her but those of jealousy and rage. The degradation, the wrongs, the vices that grow out of slavery are more than I can describe. They are greater than you would willingly believe. Surely, if you credited one half of the truths that are told you concerning the helpless millions of suffering in this cruel bondage, you at the North would not help to tighten the yoke. You surely would refuse to do for the master on your own soil the mean and cruel work with which the trained bloodhounds and the lowest class of whites do for him at the South. Everywhere the years bring all enough of sin and sorrow, but in slavery the very dawn of life is darkened by these shadows. Even the little child, who is accustomed to wait on her mistress and her children, will learn before she is 12 years old why it is her mistress hates such and such among the slaves. Perhaps the child's own mother's among the hated ones. She listens to violent outbreaks of jealous passion and cannot help understanding what is the cause. She will become prematurely knowing in evil things. Soon she will learn to tremble when she hears her master's footfall. She will be compelled to realize that she is no longer a child. If God has bestowed beauty upon her, it will prove her greatest curse. That which commands admiration in a white woman only hastens the degradation of the female slave. I know that some are too much brutalized by slavery to feel the humiliation of their position, but many slaves feel it most acutely and shrink from the memory of it. I cannot tell how much I suffered in the presence of these wrongs, nor how I am still pained by the retrospect. My master met me at every turn, reminding me I belonged to him, and swearing by heaven and earth that he would compel me to submit to him. If I went out for a breath of fresh air after a day of unwearied toil, his footsteps dogged me. If I knelt by my mother's grave, his dark shadow fell on me even there. The light heart nature which had given me, became heavy with sad forebodings. The other slaves in my master's house noticed the change. Many of them pitied me. None dare ask the cause. They had no need to inquire. They knew too well the guilty practices under the roof, and they were aware that to speak of them was an offense that never went unpunished. I longed for someone to confide in. I would have given the world to have laid my head on my grandmother's faithful bosom and told her all my troubles, but Dr. Flint swore he would kill me if I was not silent as the grave. Then, although my grandmother was all in all to me, I feared her as well as loved her. I had been accustomed to look up to her with respect bordering on awe. I was very young and felt shamefaced about telling her such impure things, especially as I knew her to be very strict on such subjects. Moreover, she was a woman of high spirit. She was usually very quiet in her demeanor, but if her indignation was once roused, it was not easily quelled. If I had told her, I'm sorry, Had I been told that she once chased a white gentleman with a loaded pistol because he had insulted one of her daughters, I dreaded the consequences of a violent outbreak, and both pride and fear kept me silent. But though I did not confide in my grandmother and even evaded her vigilant watchfulness and inquiry, her presence in the neighborhood was some protection to me. Though she had been a slave, Dr. Flint was afraid of her. He dreaded her scorching rebukes. Moreover, she was known and patronized by many people, and he did not wish to have his villainy made public. It was lucky for me that I did not live in a distant plantation, but in a town not so large that the inhabitants were ignorant of each other's affairs. Bad as the laws and customs in the slaveholding community, the doctor, as a professional man, deemed it prudent to keep up some outward show of decency. Oh, what days and nights of fear and sorrow that man caused me. Reader, it is not to awaken sympathy for myself that I am telling you truthfully what I suffered in slavery. I do it to kindle a flame of compassion in your heart for my sisters who are still in bondage, suffering as I once suffered. I once saw two beautiful children playing together. One was a fair white child, and the other was her slave and also her sister. When I saw them embracing each other, I heard their joyous laughter. I turned sadly away from the lovely sight. I foresaw the inevitable blight that would fall on the little slave's heart. I knew how soon her laughter would be changed to sighs. The fair child grew up to be still a fairer woman. From childhood to womanhood, her pathway was blooming with flowers and overarched by a sunny sky. Scarcely one day of her life had been clouded when the sun rose on her happy bridal morning. How had these years dealt with her slave sister, the little playmate of her childhood? She also was very beautiful, but the flowers and sunshine of love were not for her. She drank the cup of sin and shame and misery, whereof her persecuted race are compelled to drink. In the view of many things, why ye are silent, ye free men and women of the North? Why do your tongues falter in the maintenance of the right? Would that I had more ability, but my heart is so full, my pen is so weak. There are noble men and women who plead for us, striving to help those who cannot help themselves. God bless them. God give them the strength and the courage to go on. But God bless those everywhere who are laboring to advance the cause of humanity. Chapter 6. I would 10,000 times rather that my children should be half-starved paupers in Ireland than to be the most pampered among the slaves in America. I would rather drudge out my life on a cotton plantation till the grave opened to give me rest than to live with an unprincipled master and a jealous mistress. A felon's home in a penitentiary is preferable. He may repent and turn from the error of his ways and find peace. But it is not so with the favorite slave. She is not allowed to have any pride of character. It is deemed a crime in her wish to be virtuous. Mrs. Flint possessed the key to her husband's character before I was born. She might have used the knowledge to counsel and to screen the young innocent among her slaves, but for them she had no sympathy. They were objects of constant suspicion and malevolence. She watched her husband with unceasing vigilance, but he was well practiced in means to evade it. What he could not find the opportunity to say in words, he manifested in signs. He invented more than ever thought of in a deaf and dumb asylum. I let them pass as if I did not understand what he meant, and many were the curses and threats bestowed on me for my stupidity. One day he caught me teaching myself to write. He frowned as if he was not well pleased, but I suppose he came to the conclusion that such accomplishment might help advance his favorite scheme. Before long, notes were often slipped in my hand. I returned them saying, "I can't read them, sir." "Can't you?" he replied. "Then I must read them to you." He always finished by the reading, asking, "Do you understand?" Sometimes he would complain in the heat of the tea room and order his supper be placed on a small table in the piazza. He would seat himself there with a well satisfied smile and tell me to stand by and brush away flies. He would eat very slowly, pausing between mouthfuls. These intervals were employed in describing the happiness I was so foolishly throwing away, and in threatening me with the penalty that finally awaited my stubborn disobedience. He boasted of the forbearance he had exercised towards me and reminded me that there was a limit to his patience. When I succeeded in avoiding opportunities for him to talk to me at home, I was ordered to come to his office to do some errand. When there, I was obliged to stand and listen to such language as he saw fit to address me. Sometimes I so openly expressed my contempt for him that he would become violently enraged, and I wondered why he did not strike me. Circumstanced as he was, he probably thought it was better policy to be forbearing. But the state of things grew worse and worse daily. In desperation, I told him I must and would apply to my grandmother for protection. He threatened me with death, and worse than death, if I made any complaint to her. Strange to say, I did not despair. I was of a naturally buoyant disposition, always had a hope of somehow getting out of his clutches. Like many poor, simple slaves before me, I trusted in the threads of joy that yet would be woven into my dark destiny. I had entered my 16th year, and every day it became more apparent that my presence was intolerable to Mrs. Flint. Angry words frequently passed between her and her husband. He had never punished me himself, and he would not allow anyone else to punish me. In that respect, she was never satisfied, but in her angry moods, no terms were too vile for her to bestow upon me. Yet I, whom she detested so bitterly, had far more pity for her than he had, whose duty it was to make her life happy. I never wronged her or wished to wrong her, and one word of kindness from her would have brought me to her feet. After repeated quarrels between the doctor and his wife, he announced his intention to take his younger daughter, then 4 years old, to sleep in his apartment. It was necessary for the servant to sleep in the same room, to be on the hand if the child stirred. I was selected for that office and informed for what purpose the arrangement had been made. By managing to keep within sight of people as much as possible during the daytime, I had hitherto succeeded in eluding my master through a razor that was often held to my throat to force me to change this line of policy. At night, I slept by the side of my great aunt, where I felt safe. He was too prudent to come into her room. She was an old woman who had been in the family for many years. Moreover, as a married man and a professional man, he deemed it necessary to save appearances in some degree. But he resolved to remove the obstacle in the way of his scheme, and he thought he had planned it so that should evade suspicion. He was well aware how much I prized my refuge at the side of my old aunt, and he determined to dispossess me of it. The first night, the doctor had asked the little child in his room alone. The next morning, I was ordered to take my station as nurse. The following night, a kind providence interposed in my favor. During the day, Mrs. Flint heard of the new arrangement, and a storm followed. I rejoiced to hear it rage. After a while, my mistress sent for me to come into her room. Her first question was, "Did you know that you were to sleep in the doctor's room?" "Yes, ma'am." "Who told you?" "My master." "Will you answer truly all the questions I ask?" "Yes, ma'am." "Tell me then, as you hope to be forgiven, are you innocent of what I have accused you?" "I am." She handed me a Bible and said, "Lay your hand on your heart and kiss this holy book and swear before God that you tell me the truth." I took the oath she required and did it with a clear conscience. "You have taken God's holy word to testify your innocence," she said. "If you have deceived me, beware. Now take the stool and sit down and look me directly in the face and tell me all that has passed between your master and you." I did as she ordered. As I went on with my account, her color changed frequently. She wept and sometimes groaned. She spoke in tones so sad that I was touched by her grief. The tears came to my eyes, but I was soon convinced that her emotions arose from anger and wounded pride. She felt that her marriage vows were desecrated, her dignity insulted, but she had no compassion for the poor victim of her husband's perfidy. She pictured herself as a martyr, but she was incapable of feeling for the condition of shame and misery in which her unfortunate, helpless slave was placed. Yet perhaps she had some touch of feeling for me, for when the conference was ended, she spoke kindly and promised to protect me. I should have been much comforted by this assurance if I could have had confidence in it, but my experiences in slavery filled me with distrust. She was not a very refined woman and had not much control over her passion. I was an object of her jealousy and consequently of her hatred. I knew that I could not expect kindness or confidence from her under the circumstances in which I was placed. I could not blame her. Slaveholders' wives feel that other women would under other circumstances. The fire of her temper kindled from small sparks, and now flame became so intense that the doctor was obliged to give up his intended arrangement. I knew I had ignited the torch, and I expected to suffer for it afterwards. But I felt too thankful to my mistress for the timely aid she rendered me to care much about that. She now took me to sleep in a room adjoining her own. There I was an object of her special care, though not to her special comfort, for she spent many sleepless nights to watch over me. Sometimes I woke up and found her bending over me. At other times, she whispered in my ear as though it was her husband who was speaking to me, and listened to hear what I would answer. If she startled me on such occasions, she would glide stealthily away, and the next morning she would tell me I had been talking in my sleep and ask who I was talking to. At last I began to be fearful for my life. It had been often threatened, and you can imagine better than I can describe what an unpleasant sensation it must produce to wake up in the dead of night and find a jealous woman bending over you. Terrible as this experience was, I had fears that it would give place to one more terrible. My mistress grew weary of her vigils. They did not prove satisfactory. She changed her tactics. She now tried the trick of accusing my master of crime in my presence and gave my name as the author of the accusation. To my utter astonishment, he replied, I don't believe it. But if she did acknowledge it, you tortured her into exposing me, tortured into exposing him. Truly, Satan had no difficulty in distinguishing the color of his soul. I understood his object in making this false representation. It was to show me that I gained nothing by seeking the protection of my mistress, that the power was still all in his hands. I pitied Mrs. Flint. She was the second wife, many years the junior of her husband, and the hoary-headed miscreant was enough to try the patience of a wise and better woman. She was completely foiled and knew not how to proceed. She would have gladly had me flogged for my supposed false oath. But as I already stated, the doctor never allowed anyone to whip me. The old sinner was politic. The application of the lash may have led to remarks that would have exposed him in the eyes of his children and grandchildren. How often did I rejoice that I lived in a town where all the inhabitants knew each other. If I had been in a remote plantation or lost among a multitude of a crowded city, I should not be a living woman this day. The secrets of slavery are concealed like those of the Inquisition. My master was, to my knowledge, the father of 11 slaves. But did the mothers dare tell who was the father of their children? Did the other slaves dare to allude to it, except in whispers among themselves? No, indeed. They knew too well the terrible circumstances. My grandmother couldn't avoid seeing things which excited her suspicions. She was uneasy about me and tried various ways to buy me, but the never-changing answer was always repeated, Linda does not belong to me. She's my daughter's property, and I have no legal right to sell her. The conscientious man. He was too scrupulous to sell me, but he had no scruples in whatever about committing a much greater wrong against the helpless young girl placed under his guardianship as his daughter's property. Sometimes my persecutor would ask me whether or not I would like to be sold. I told him I'd rather be sold to anybody than lead the life as I did. On one occasion, he assumed the air of a very injured individual and reproached me for my ingratitude. Did I not take you into the house and make you a companion of my own children? He would say. Have I ever treated you like a Negro? I have never allowed you to get punished. I've not even to please your mistress. And this is the recompense I get, you ungrateful girl. I answered that he had reasons of his own for screening me from punishment, and that the course he pursued made my mistress hate me and persecute me. If I wept, he would say, "Poor child, don't cry, don't cry. I will make peace for you with your mistress. Only let me arrange matters in my own way. Poor foolish girl, you don't know what is for your own good. I would cherish you. I would make a lady of you. Now go and think of all I have promised you." I did think of it. Reader, I draw no imaginary pictures of Southern homes. I'm telling you the plain truth. Yet when the victims make their escape from the wild beasts of slavery, Northerners consent to act as part of the bloodhounds and hunt the poor fugitive to bring him back to the den, full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness. Nay, more, they are not only willing but proud to give their daughters in marriage to slaveholders. The poor girls have romantic notions of a sunny clime and the flowering vines that all year round shade a happy home. To what disappointments are they destined? The young wife soon learns her husband, in whose hands she has placed her happiness, pays no regards to his marriage vows. Children of every shade and complexion play with her fair babies. All too well she knows they are born unto him of his household. Jealousy and hatred enters the flowery home, and it is ravaged of its loveliness. Southern women often marry a man knowing he's the father of many little slaves. They do not trouble themselves about it. They regard such children as property, as marketable as pigs on the plantation. It is some that they do not make them aware of this, passing them into the slave traders' hands as soon as possible, thus getting them out of their sight. I'm glad to say there are some audible exceptions. I have myself known two Southern wives who exhorted their husbands to free those slaves whom they stood in parental relation, and their request was granted. These husbands blushed before the superior nobleness of their wives' natures. Though they only counseled them to do which was their duty to do, it commanded their respect and rendered their conduct more exemplary. Concealment was at an end, and confidence took the place of distrust. Though this bad institution deadens the moral sense even in white women to a fearful extent, it is not altogether extinct. I have heard a Southern woman say, "Mr. Such is one. He not only thinks no disgrace to be the father of those little niggers, but he is not ashamed to call himself their master. I declare such things ought not be tolerated in any decent society." Chapter 7. The Lover. Why does any slave ever love? Why allow the tendrils of the heart to twine around objects which may at any moment be wrenched away by the hand of violence? When separations come by the hand of death, the pious soul can bow in resignation and say, "Not my will, but thine be done, O Lord." But when the ruthless hands of man strikes a blow, regardless of the misery he causes, it is hard to be submissive. I did not reason thus when I was a young girl. Youth will be youth. I loved and indulged the hope that the dark clouds around me would turn out a bright lightning. I forgot that in the land of my birth the shadows are too dense for light to penetrate. A land, quote, "where laughter is not mirth, nor thought the mind, nor words a language, nor in ever in men mankind, where cries reply to curses, shrieks and blows, and each is tortured in his separate hell." There was in the neighborhood a young colored carpenter, a freeborn man. We had been well acquainted in childhood, and frequently met together afterwards. We became mutually attached. He proposed to marry me, and I loved him with all the ardor of a young girl's first love. But when I reflected that I was a slave and the laws gave no sanction to the marriage as such, my heart sank within me. My lover wanted to buy me, but I knew Dr. Flint was too willful and arbitrary a man to consent to that arrangement. For him, I was sure of experiencing all sort of opposition, and I had nothing to hope for from my mistress. She would have been delighted to have gotten rid of me, but not in that way. It would have relieved her mind of the burden if she had seen me sold to some distant state. But if I was married near home, I should be just as much in her husband's power as I previously had been, for the husband of a slave had no power to protect her. Moreover, my mistress, like many others, seemed to think that slaves had no right to any family ties of their own, that they were created merely to wait upon the family of the mistress. Once I heard of her abuse of a young slave girl who told her that a colored man wanted to make her his wife. I have told you, peeled and picked, my lady, she said she. If I ever hear you mention that subject again, do you suppose that I will have you tending my children with the children of that nigger? That girl whom she said this had a mulatto child, and of course not acknowledged by its father. The poor black man who loved her would have been proud to acknowledge his helpless offspring. Many and anxious were the thoughts I revolved in my mind. I was at a loss of what to do. Above all things, I was desirous to spare my love of the insults that cut so deeply into my own soul. I talked to my grandmother about it, and partly about my fears. I did not dare to tell her the worst. She had long suspected all was not right, and if I confirmed his suspicions, I knew a storm would rise and would prove to overthrow all my hopes. This love dream had been my support through my many trials. I could not bear to run the risk of having it suddenly dissipated. There was a lady in the neighborhood, a particular friend of Dr. Flint, who visited often the house, and I had great respect for her, and she had always manifested a friendly interest in me. Grandmother thought that she would have a great influence with the doctor. I went to this lady and told her my story. I told her I was aware that my lover's being a free-born man would prove a great objection, but he wanted to buy me, and if Dr. Flint would consent to the arrangement, I felt sure he'd be willing to pay any reasonable price. She knew that Mrs. Flint disliked me, therefore I ventured to suggest perhaps the mistress would approve of my being sold, as that would rid her of me. The lady listened with kindly sympathy and promised to do her utmost to promote my many wishes. She had said in an interview with the doctor, and I believe she pleaded my cause earnestly, but it was all to no purpose. How I dreaded my master now. Every minute I expected to be summoned in his presence, but the day passed and I heard nothing from him. The next morning a message was brought to me. Master wants you in his study. I found the door ajar, and I stood the moment gazing at the hateful man who claimed a right to rule me body and soul. I entered, and I tried to appear calm. I did not want him to know how my heart was bleeding. He looked fixedly at me with an expression which seemed to say, I have half a mind to kill you on the spot. At last he broke the silence, and that was a relief to both of us. So you want to be married, do you? Said he. And to a free nigger. Yes, sir. Well, I'll soon convince you whether I'm your master or the nigger fellow you honor so highly. If you must have a husband, you may take up one with one of my slaves. What a situation I should be in, as the wife of one of his slaves, even if my heart had been interested. I replied, don't you suppose, sir, that a slave can have some preference about marrying? Do you suppose that all men are alike to her? Do you love this nigger? Said he abruptly. Yes, sir. How dare you tell me so? He exclaimed at great wrath. After a slight pause, he added, I suppose you thought more of yourself than you felt above the insults of such puppies. I replied, if he is a puppy, I am a puppy, for we are both of the Negro race. It is right and honorable for us to love each other. The man you call a puppy has never insulted me, sir, and he would not love me if he did not believe me to be a virtuous woman. He sprang upon me like a tiger and gave me a stunning blow. It was the first time he had ever struck me, and fear did not enable me to control my anger. When I recovered from the effects, I exclaimed, "You've struck me for answering you honestly. How I despise you." There was silence for some minutes. Perhaps he was deciding what should be my punishment, or perhaps he wanted to give me time to reflect on what I said and to whom I had said it. Finally, he asked, "Do you know what you have said?" "Yes, sir, but your treatment drove me to it." Quote, "Do you know what I have the right to do as I like with you, that I can kill you if I please?" Quote, "You have tried to kill me, and I wish you had, but you had no right to do as you like with me." "Silence!" he exclaimed with a thundering voice. "By heavens, girl, you forget yourself too far. Are you mad? If you are, I will soon bring you to your senses. Do you think that any other master would bear what I have borne from you this morning? Many masters would have killed you on the spot. How would you like to be sent to jail for your insolence?" "I know I've been disrespectful, sir," I replied, "but you drove me to it. I couldn't help it. As for the jail, there would be more peace for me there than there is here." "You deserve to go there," said he, "and under such treatment that you would forget the meaning of the word peace. It would do you good. It, it would take you, it would take some of your high notions out of you. But I'm not ready to send you there yet, notwithstanding your ingratitude for all my kindness and forbearance. You have been a plague of my life. I wanted to make you happy, and you have repaid me with the basest ingratitude. And though you have proved yourself incapable of appreciating my kindness, I will lenient, I will be lenient towards you. Linda, I will give you one more chance to redeem your character. If you behave yourself and do as I require, I will forgive you and treat you as I always have done. But if you disobey me, I will punish you as I would the meanest slave on my plantation. Come here, Selfish. My cat needs some touch. Come here, Selfish. Come here. Come here. You're jealous. Come here, Selfish. Come here. You're trying to disturb my reading. You just want attention. You're disrupting me. Okay, good. Don't mess with my life. Oh, God, this cat is a trip. All right. If you behave yourself as I do require, I will forgive you and treat you as I've always done. But if you disobey me, I will punish you as I would the meanest slave on my plantation. Right? Never let me hear that fellow's name mentioned again. If I ever know you're speaking to him, I will cowhide you both, and if I catch him lurking about my premises, I will shoot him as soon as I would a dog. Do you hear what I say? I'll teach you a lesson about marriage and free niggers. Now go, and let this be the last time I have an occasion to speak to you on this subject. Reader, did you ever hate? I hope not. I never did but once, and I trust I never shall again. Somebody called it an atmosphere of hell, and I believe it's so. For a fortnight, the doctor did not speak to me. He thought to mortify and make me feel that I had disgraced myself by receiving the honorable addresses of a respectable colored man in preference to the base proposals of a white man. But though his lips disdained to address me, his eyes were very loquacious. No animal ever watched its prey more narrowly than he watched me. He knew that I could write, though he had failed to make me read his letters. He was now troubled lest I should exchange letters with another man. After a while, he became weary of silence, and I was sorry for it. One morning, as he passed through the hall to leave the house, he contrived to thrust the note in my hand. I thought I had better read it and spare myself the vexation of having him read it to me. I expressed regret for the blow he had given me, and it expressed regret for the blow he had given me and reminded me that I myself was wholly to blame for it. He hoped that I would become convinced of the jury that I was doing myself by incurring his displeasure. He wrote that he had made up his mind to go to Louisiana, that he should take several slaves with him, and intended that I should be one in the number. My mistress would remain where she was, therefore, I should have nothing to fear from that quarter. If I merited kindness from him, he assured me that it would be lavishly bestowed. He begged me to think it over the matter and answered the following day. The next morning, I was called to carry a pair of scissors to his room. I laid them on the table with the letter beside them. He thought it was my answer and did not call back. I went as usual to attend my mistress to and from school. He met me in the street and ordered me to stop at his office on my way back. When I entered, he showed me his letter and asked me why I had not answered. I replied, I'm your daughter's property, and it is in your power to send me or take me whenever you please. He said he was very glad to find me so willing to go, and that we should start early in the autumn. He had a large practice in town, and I rather thought he had made up the story merely to frighten me. However that may be, I was determined that I would never go to Louisiana with them. Summer passed away, and in the early autumn, Dr. Flint's eldest son was sent to Louisiana to examine the country with the view to emigrating. That news did not disturb me. I knew very well that I should not be sent with him. That I had not been taken to the plantation before this time was owing to the fact that his son was there. He was jealous of his son, and the jealousy of the overseer that had kept him from punishing me by sending me to the fields to work. It is strange that I was not proud of these protectors. As for the overseer, he was a man for whom I had less respect than I had for a bloodhound. Young Mr. Flint did not bring back a favorable report of Louisiana. I heard no more of the scheme. Soon after this, my lover met me at the corner of the street. I stopped to speak to him. Looking up, I saw my master watching us from the window. I hurried home, trembling in fear. I was sent for immediately to go to his room, and he met me with the blow. When is a mistress to be married? Said he, in a sneering tone. A shower of oaths and imprecations followed. How thankful I was that my lover was a free man, that my tyrant had no power to flog him for speaking to me in the street. Again and again I revolved in my mind how all this would end. There was no hope that the doctor would consent to sell me on any terms. He had an iron will and determined to keep me and to conquer me. My lover was an intelligent and religious man. Even if he could have obtained permission to marry me while I was a slave, the marriage would give him no power to protect me from my master. It would have made him miserable to witness the insults that I should have been subjected to. And then, if we had children, I know they must follow the condition of a mother. What a terrible blight that would be on the heart of a free, intelligent father. For his sake, I felt that I ought not link his fate with my own unhappy destiny. He was going to Savannah to see about a little property left him by an uncle, and and hard as it was to bring my feelings to it, I earnestly entreated him not to come back. I advised him to go to the free states where his tongue would not be tied, where his intelligence would be of more avail to him. He left me still hoping the day would come when I could be bought. With me, the lamp of hope had gone out. The dream of my girlhood was over. I felt lonely and desolate. Still, I was not stripped of all. I still had my good grandmother and my affectionate brother. And when he put his arms around my neck and looked into my eyes as if to read the troubles I dared not to tell, I felt I still had something to love, but even that pleasant emotion was chilled by the reflection that he might be torn from me at any moment by some sudden freak of my master. If he had known how we loved each other, I think he would have exulted in separating us. We often planned together how we could get to the north, but as William remarked, such things are easier said than done.
My movements were very closely watched, and we had no means of getting money to defray our expenses. As for my grandmother, she was strongly opposed to her children undertaking any such project. We had not forgotten poor Benjamin's sufferings, and she was afraid if another child tried to escape, he would have a similar or worse fate. To me, nothing seemed more dreadful than my present life, and I said to myself, William must be free. He shall go north, I will follow him. Many a slave sister had formed the same plans. Chapter 8. What slaves are taught to think of the North. Slaveholders pride themselves on being honorable men, but if you were to hear the enormous lies they tell their slaves, you would have small respect for their veracity. I have spoken plain English. Pardon me, I cannot use a milder term. When they visit the North and return home, they tell their slaves of the runaways they have seen and describe them to be in the most deplorable condition. A slaveholder once told me that he had seen a runaway friend of mine in New York, and that she besought him to take her back to her master, for she was literally dying of starvation, and that many days she had only had one cold potato to eat, and at other times could get nothing at all. She said that she had refused to take her because he knew her master would not thank him for bringing such a miserable wretch into his house. He ended up by saying to me, this is the punishment she brought on herself for running away from a kind master. This whole story was false. I afterwards stayed with that friend in New York and found her in comfortable circumstances. She had never thought of such a thing as wishing to go back to slavery. Many slaves believe such stories and think it's not wild to exchange slavery for such a hard kind of freedom. It is difficult to persuade such that freedom could make them useful men and enable them to protect their wives and children. If those heathen in our Christian land had had such teaching as some Hindus, they would think otherwise. They would know that liberty is more valuable than life. They would begin to understand their own capabilities and exert themselves to become men and women. But while in the free states sustain laws which hurl fugitives back into slavery, how can slaves resolve to become men? There are some who strive to protect their wives and daughters from the insults of their masters, but those who have such sentiments have the advantages above the general mass of slaves. They have been partially civilized and Christianized by favorable circumstances. Some are bold enough to utter such sentiments to their masters. Oh, that there were more of them. Some poor creatures have been so brutalized by the lash that they would sneak out of the way to give their masters free access to their wives and daughters. Do you think this proves a black man to belong to an inferior order of beings? What would you be if you had been born and brought up a slave, with generations of slaves for ancestors? I admit that the black man is inferior, but what is it that makes him so? Is it the ignorance in the white man that compel him to live? It is the torturing whip that lashes the manhood out of him. It is the fierce bloodhounds of the South and the scarcely less cruel human bloodhounds of the North who enforce the fugitive slave law. They do the work. Southern gentlemen indulge in the most contemptuous expressions about Yankees, while they, on their part, consent to do the vilest work for them, such as the ferocious bloodhounds and the despised Negro hunters employed to do at home. When Southerners go to the North, they are proud to do them an honor. But the Northern man is not welcome south of the Mason-Dixon line unless he suppresses every thought and feeling at variance with the peculiar institution. Nor is it enough to be silent. The masters are not pleased unless they obtain a greater degree of subservience than that, and they are generally accommodated. Do they expect the Northerner for this? Do they respect the Northerner for this? I trow not. Even the slaves despise the Northern man with Southern principles. And that is the class that they generally see. When Northerners go to the South, they reside
They proved very apt scholars. They soon imbibe the sentiments and disposition of their neighbors and generally go beyond their teachers. Of the two, they are proverbially the hardest masters. They seem to satisfy their consciences with the will that God created Africans to be slaves. What a libel upon the Heavenly Father, who made one blood of all nations of men. And then, who are Africans? And who can measure the amount of Anglo Saxon blood coursing through the veins of American slaves? I have spoken the pains of slaveholders to give their slaves a bad opinion of the North. But notwithstanding this, intelligent slaves are aware that they have many friends in free states. Even the most ignorant have some confused notions about it. They know that I could read, and I was often asked if I'd seen anything in the newspapers about what white folks over in the big North were trying to get their freedom for them. Some believe that abolitionists have already made them free and that it's established by law, but their masters prevent the law from going into effect. One woman begged me to get a newspaper and read it over. She said her husband had told her black people had been sent word the Queen of America that they were all slaves. She couldn't believe it and went to Washington City to the president about it. They quarreled. She drew her sword upon him and swore that she would help her make them all free. That poor ignorant woman thought America was governed by a queen to whom the president was subordinate. I wish the president was subordinate to Queen Justice. Let me stop here. And let me see. It's just about, I can come back to this. We're going to keep reading this, but I'm going to stop in chapter 9. And everybody, we're going to come back to this later today. I'm going to keep reading. I'm trying to do a marathon. I thank all of you for listening. And so we did 2 books, and we're going to do some others. I look forward to it. So I'm going to wish you guys a good night. We're going to have some fun. I'm going to come back. I'm going to take a nap and probably get up and do some reading this morning. This is what I used to do. I loved it. And I'm going to give myself the nap that I deserve. And when I wake up, I'll be refreshed. And I'll start reading something else. Please share these. And we're going to keep doing this woman and slave and all of this stuff. We need it. We need it. We need it. I hope you're enjoying this. Tell the people about it. We people need to wake up. We got a long way to go. And my cat is just losing it here. So I need to tend to selfish before they do something goofy. And pardon one of these phones, this thing just would not act right. And this thing isn't charging. I don't know what's going on with this battery. I'm trying to get the battery. Maybe this phone is old. It's time for me to get another one. Well, we'll see. So let's pick back up later today. Share it. And tomorrow I'll do more reading, less talking. And we'll switch it up. Oh my God, this is good. And we'll get this going. So is everybody good? I hope everybody's good. And I see somebody from Baltimore. Let me stop here to, what is it? 4:35. So about 40 people. We would have more than that, but this thing just acted so stupid. So I don't know what's going on. I need to put this phone back in the freezer. I'm going to get some sleep. Good night. We'll resume in a couple of hours. We got to play catch up. Okay, I'm out of here for now.